Wrestling Daze Live. We are live for this episode of Monday Night Raw. And yes, we have updated the stream. I've been working hard behind the scenes, trying to get this looking a little bit sharper, a little bit better, in my opinion, than where things have been. And I think it's looking pretty good. I'm quite happy with it. I'm quite happy with our new vibe. I can change it as well whenever I need to. So, you know, it won't always be nighttime. There is like a daytime variant as well, which I can always switch over to. So it kind of looks a little bit classier in my mind. It looks a little bit nicer. So we're leveling up. We're doing a little bit of leveling up. Let me show you the daytime one, though. Nighttime's nice, but we can always venture over to daytime if needs be. You know, maybe if we're streaming a little bit earlier in the day, we could always go daytime. But nighttime, it's a nice vibe. It's a nice vibe. So, yes, we're here anyway for Raw. And I did not get it set up, to be honest. So let's jump over and have a look, see what is on the preview for this. I don't know that they've previewed loads, to be honest. Let's jump in and have a look. Stuart, shout out to you. Okay, Roman, Seth are going to be face-to-face. Oba, Brock are going to be doing a weigh-in. Oh, yeah, that was announced last week, wasn't it? Apparently, Triple H is going to be moderating the weigh-in. So we've got Oba and Brock on a weigh-in. Alpha Academy are actually taking on the Vision tonight. So we've got that match. Sol Ruca against Raquel. That was announced last week. Hendry and Danhausen have got a concert tonight. Not sure what to make of that. I mean, it could be goods. Might not be. Danhausen is always worth watching, isn't he? The Hendry concerts, I think, can divide opinion. But, well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Javon Evans is taking on Rusev. And we got Rey Mysterio taking on Ethan Page. So we've got a lot of matches announced. I don't know if there's matches there that people are going to massively feel connected with. Rey Mysterio against Ethan Page. Javon against Rusev. Sol Ruca Raquel, I think, is interesting. I would imagine Sol Ruca retains. Alpha Academy taking on the Vision. So, yeah. Let's have a look, shall we? See how this week goes. It is the go-home show, of course. It's going to be a lot of just building for SummerSlam. It's going to be a lot of video packages and I'd imagine promos. I could see Liv and EO doing some vignette promos or backstage promos or whatever. So I think there's going to be quite a bit of that. Some matches here, which, as we said, I don't think is going to massively matter. It's really all about this weekend. So full steam ahead as we head towards SummerSlam. Connor said, what do we think about the match cards? I think night one is better than night two. I don't think there's any difference between them, to be honest with you. For me, they look to be about the same. I think that night two has got Roman Seth, which is probably the match I'm most excited for when it comes to the main events. So, you know, CM Punk Cody, I just expect CM Punk to retain. And I think you might get Randy involved. I think the match will be good. I think part of the problem is that Randy Cody was a letdown at WrestleMania. And I'm just a little bit scarred, I think, from that. So I think Cody and CM Punk just isn't quite grabbing me. They've tried to put a bit of heat in. The segment they did the other day was good, but I'm way more into Roman and Seth because of their history. The other thing as well is I genuinely believe that Roman and Seth just have an issue. I don't think there's any issue between Cody and CM Punk. They're trying to make one, but I just don't buy it. There is a real issue with Seth and Roman. I think Seth and Roman feels like this generation's Hulk Hogan versus Macho Man Randy Savage. I think there is a bit of real life heat behind the scenes. I think Seth genuinely feels that like Roman has sort of like held him back a little bit and he's been in his shadow. So for me, the bigger main event is Seth against Roman. Obviously, the Hell in a Cell is going to be interesting. Oba Brock, I know a lot of people are going to be excited for that. I am excited for that, but again, I think I'm more excited for Roman Seth. I think I'm more excited for Roman Seth because I've seen Oba Brock twice. This is Hell in a Cell. This is likely going to have weapons and violence, and I'm definitely here for it. But yeah, Seth against Roman, I really want to see that match. So for me, Seth against Roman is the match of those three that, if I could only watch one, I think it would be that. And on night 2, you've got the women's ladder match. We are definitely getting a new champion. Granted, only interim, but we are getting a new champion. So I'm into that as well. So if I look at Cody Punk, I think that's probably the weakest of the main events. If I look at Oba Brock, Hell in a Cell, I'd say that's probably in the middle. And then if I look at Roman Seth, I'd say that's the one I'm most excited for. And then you've got the women's ladder match on night 2, which we're going to get a new champ. Granted, interim, but women, ladder match, championship on the line. I'm actually quite excited for that. I'm more excited for that than I am CM Punk versus Cody. So if I look at the top end, I'm probably leaning towards, night 2. If I look in the middle of the cards, you've got Liv Io on night 1, and you got Gunther Nick Aldis. I love Gunther Aldis. On the other side, we got Sami Finn, which should be a banger, and we got Danhausen Dominic. Now, Danhausen Dominic's just going to be nonsense. So I think night 1 wins that battle, right? And then if we look at the kind of bottom end of the cards, we've got Bloodline against LA Knight, so I don't care about that. I could easily skip that match. That's night 1. Then we've got Fatal Influence against the Bellas and Paige. Not really bothered. A few people have said that's the match they're least excited for. So I think night 1 is brought down by those matches. If you look at night 2, you've got Trick against Baron Corbin. Not too fussed by that. But you've got Penta against Chad Gable on night 2. So I think they're really well balanced. I don't feel, for me, like there is a stronger one, because the women's ladder match, Sami Finn, Penta Gable, and then the big Roman set, that's all night 2. Night 1 is, as we said, Cody Punk, fine, watchable, and I'm not down on it, but it's, as I said, not massively grabbing me. Liv Io, we've already seen at Queen of the Ring. You've got the 2 multi-person tag matches. So, the men's Bloodline one, then the women's with Fatal Influence. Yeah. Honestly, I think night 1 is being carried by Gunther Aldis and the Hell in a Cell. So for me, night 1 is being carried by those 2. If I look at night 2, then you got Roman against Seth. You got the women's ladder match. You got Penta Gable. You got Finn Sami. Bit of Danhausen for those that love their Danhausen. I think it's... I can't say that one night is stronger than the other. I think both have got things going for them. I think you could make one killer SummerSlam out of this. If you just chose 8 matches and had one SummerSlam, it could be incredible, because you'd probably go Roman, Seth, the women's ladder match, Finn, Sami, Penta, Gable, CM Punk against Cody, the Hell in a Cell, Gunther Aldis, and Io Liv. And that would be 8 matches, and it would probably be one of the greatest SummerSlams of all time. But I think there's a little bit of, I'm not going to say filler, because, it's a way of getting people on the card. But those tag matches, I think those are the ones that people are probably least hyped for. But I don't know, let me know. What do you think? Cosmic said, what do we think about WWE monster figures? I'm going to be honest. I think they're good. I think they look really good. But I've always never massively cared about crossovers. So, they've done zombies in the past, where they did a lot of superstars as zombies, because zombies were on trend because of The Walking Dead. So they've done that in the past. They've also done the Turtles, where we had wrestlers dressed up as like the Turtles kind of dressing up as the wrestlers, right? We've done that crossover. We've done He-Man. We've done Street Fighter. Now we're doing Monsters. For me, these are fun little things that are just at the side of like the main collection, you know, the main focus. So I like them in the sense of I think they look pretty fun. They're not going to be for everyone. I think that if you're sort of into your classic monsters and you're into WWE, then it's a pretty fun crossover. I think if you want something a little bit different, it's pretty fun as well. For me, I kind of file it in that category. It's fun. I'm not against them, but I can't say I'm racing to the shops to get them either. I think that for me, the sort of main line where you're getting first time in the line, I think they're doing like the first Jacqueline figure. You know, we've never had a Jacqueline before. We've never had a Repo Man before. Repo Man is coming into the line. There's a few first time in the lines like Danhausen, Ghoulhausen, that woman that came out with him, which I think I heard might have been his partner. I'm not sure if that's true. But there's a few first time in the lines that are coming. I'm more excited for those than for these kind of side lines, which, I don't know, man. I get why we do them, and I'm really not against them. I think they're fun, but where would the WWE Superstar figure? I collect WWE Superstar, the Walmart exclusive ones, and they haven't shown any of those, and I'm really disappointed. So I'm just a bit down on San Diego Comic-Con, if I'm being honest, because there's one line that I really love, and they didn't show any new figures. I don't know if that means it's the end of the line. Keep hearing a lot of people saying there's a lot of frustration that they can't find these figures in the shops. So there's a lot of frustration around it. And so a lot of people keep saying it's going to end soon, it's going to end soon. And now they've just not shown any. So I'm really worried, to be honest, that this might be it. But, you know, if it is, it is. It's a great line. I hope it continues. There are still some figures still to come out. We know there's some coming out in September, but I really did want a series or two to be shown at San Diego Comic-Con, so I'm a little bit sad. Keep the Dream, hello, said, what's your Mount Rushmore of SummerSlams? Well, there's two that always come to mind. So 2002 comes to mind because of Shawn coming back with Triple H. I think that's Brock Rock as well, isn't it? I think that's widely regarded as being like up there with like one of the best SummerSlams. So that one always comes to mind. And of course, 1992, Wembley. The thing about that is it's not that great of a SummerSlam. If you actually look at the card, it's pretty rubbish. There's just a lot of nonsense on there. A lot of matches that just feel pretty low level and pretty throwaway. It's all about that main event. Maybe a little bit Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man. But even that's got like shenanigans in it. You know, even that's really frustrating with Ric Flair coming down and Mr. Perfect coming down. So, yeah, I think, honestly, a lot of that is not very good. But because of it being in London, because of that iconic main event, I think I'd have to go with that. I think the other one that I'd go with, and I don't know if people will agree or disagree, but I'm going to go with 2022. I think Brock Lesnar coming down with that tractor is super iconic. I mean, it was... I couldn't believe what I was watching. I could not believe what I was watching. It's been a long time since I've sort of experienced anything like that, where you're just like, something's happening, and it's not a return, but something's happening, and you can't believe you're seeing it. You know, when it comes to like Brock coming back or Punk coming back, you know, when it comes to those moments, you know, you're shocked and whatever. But this was not a return. This was Brock doing something that I couldn't believe I was watching. So, and not only that, the very first match on that show is Bianca Becky, and it's an absolute banger. And there we get Damage Control as well. We get, like, you know, Bayley coming back from injury, but she's not alone. Here's Io, who was in NXT, so she gets called up, and now she's with Bailey. And here's Dakota, who had been released, who's now come back to the company. So, I mean, you've got, like, those moments as well. I remember Seth Riddle brawling, and I don't know, it was just a really solid, really fun show. I really enjoyed it, and the cherry on top being the tractor at the end. So I'd go 92, I'd go 02, I'd go 2022. There's a pattern there, isn't there? There's a pattern there of like some really great things that went down in years that ended in a 2. I'm trying to think, like, maybe I'd go 97. Don't know. The last one's a bit tricky because I think there's a lot of SummerSlams that are good, but and 05 is like important to me because of Shawn and Hulk, and I ended up watching that at a holiday park, so that one comes to mind. I don't know that I would go for that though, to be honest. 2014 was so shocking with John Cena getting murked by Brock and just getting absolutely destroyed. That one was pretty mind-blowing, actually. I don't know if I'd go 2014. I gotta tell you, though, I didn't mind 2020. We had 2 Asuka matches, and we had Seth Dominic. I don't know. What do you think? I might leave that one open to you guys. I got a few that I could pick from, but what would you put in 4th place? I'm gonna go 2002, 92, 2022. What would you put in? What would you put in 4th place? Chris sent. I've sent you a message regarding my appointment date. Okay, let's jump into that then, Chris. We always ask Chris for updates. Good news. Let's go. Good news. I've still got chronic liver rejection. Okay, but it's not as bad as we thought. Okay, I'm definitely going to need to get a new liver, but this liver I've got can last 4-6 years. Okay. My kidney levels are not good. And if I get a transplant now, I would have to be on dialysis for a time. Ooh. A new tablet that can help it is a sign of liver failure. I'm now having to go back every couple of weeks to the QE to have blood tests. That's in Birmingham, isn't it? QE. To keep on top of things. And if I deteriorate, then they can sort out what to do in regards to surgery. I hope this makes sense. I am happy to let everyone know, but can you let them know on the stream? Any questions, let me know. So I don't think I've got any questions, to be honest. So it's obviously still rejecting, but it's slower. It's over 4-6 years. So that's good. I mean, at least you can sort of breathe a bit now, you know, because didn't know how quickly, you know, that deterioration was happening. I mean, I just think that take the positives in regards to, like, yeah, take the positives. So obviously there's going to be difficult days ahead and things that need to be done, but at least you know that where you are right now is okay for a while. And that's got to give you some breathing space, hasn't it? So, and I think you feel that way with the fact you started the message, I've got good news. So good. I'm really pleased, Chris. I'm really, really pleased. That must be a bit of a weight off your shoulders. Maybe it's not a complete weight off, but it should be certainly feeling a lot better. You should be feeling a lot lighter, a lot happier right now. So very good, Chris. Thank you for the update. I know that there's many in the community that obviously wanted to know what went down, myself included. So that's great news, bud. That's great news. 4 to 6 years. And then, of course, you'll need to get a new liver. Are they putting you on the list, are they? I'm guessing they are. Although, I don't know how long you have to be on the list for, you know? Is it like the waiting list? Is it years? Is it months? I don't know. I don't know that information. Have they said that you'll go on the liver transplant list closer to the time, like in 2 years or something like that? At least they know where things are, though. So at least they've got, you know, we've got an idea as to what we're working to timeline-wise. So, Chris, shout out to you, bud. I'm really pleased to hear that that's come back positive. Really pleased. Aaron said, when do we think Oba is going to win a World Heavyweight Championship? Well, at the moment, I think we're looking at next year. I think that your big shows, your two big shows outside of Rumble are SummerSlam and WrestleMania. Now, Oba can win the belt in Saudi. He can win the belt on a B show. But I think it makes sense for him to win it at one of the bigger shows. So, I mean, WrestleMania to me would be what I'd be looking at. You can never rule out Saudi, but I think we've only got one Saudi show left before next year's WrestleMania, and that's Crown Jewel. Or at least I think it'll be Crown Jewel. And that's where the champ takes on the other champ, so there won't be an opportunity for Oba. So I think we can sort of rule Saudi Arabia out until WrestleMania, because we know WrestleMania is next year in Saudi Arabia. So I think we can rule out that. I don't see Oba getting about at, say, Survivor Series. I don't see him getting it at Money in the Bank. We haven't got loads of shows, to be honest. I don't think it's going to happen on a Raw or a SmackDown. I mean, they can always do it, but I don't know. It feels like it needs to be at WrestleMania to me. So I think the question I would have for Triple H, if he could tell me something about this, would be, are we doing Rock Roman next year? Because if the answer to that is no, I think the next biggest match is Roman Oba. I think that is the next biggest match you can do, is Roman versus Oba. And this is important, actually, because, and we've told this story before, but if you go back to WrestleMania 31, we did Triple H against Sting, and Sting lost. And a lot of people, myself included, were upset, because it's Sting and it's his first WrestleMania, turned out to be his only WrestleMania, and he loses to Triple H. Like, I understand people saying he was always going to lose. Vince didn't want to put over a WCW person, but WCW was long gone by the time we're doing WrestleMania 31 in 2015, right? And actually, Triple H came out and said the reason why, he said this years later, he said the reason why he went over Sting was because the next year at WrestleMania 32, they were going to do Triple H against The Rock, and that was the plan. So they didn't want Triple H losing at 31 if we've got to try and do this big mega match at 32. So what happens leading up to a WrestleMania is important in WWE. Like the builds. Technically, we're on the build to WrestleMania right now. Things we do now can sort of impact WrestleMania. And the reason why we're saying this is because this is why I think Roman beats Seth. Because I think Roman is going to be in the main event of next year's WrestleMania. I don't know if it's against The Rock or Oba, but this is why I think he beats Seth, because I don't think they want Roman to be weakened on the road to WrestleMania. Going by that logic of WrestleMania 31 and how Triple H beat Sting so that he would be strong for 32, it makes sense to me that we apply that same rule here. And so do we want Roman losing to Seth and then winning the belt back, say, I don't know, flipping Rumble or Elimination Chamber, and going in to face Oba, where he's only had the belt for a short amount of time? I don't think so. It makes a lot more sense to just keep going with Roman, keep giving him victories, keep building on the already, existing aura, but just make him, as big and as bad and as credible as he has ever been. And I would not even be shocked if the commentators were going with that angle of, we have never seen Roman better than this. This is the best that Roman Reigns has ever looked. This is Roman's final form. This is Roman at his peak. This is Roman at the pinnacle of what he can be. And I wouldn't be shocked if we even had that message being delivered by commentators, by people on kickoff panels, as we head towards WrestleMania, so that at WrestleMania, Oba beats Roman. And I think we're on that road now. The only thing I don't know is it going to be Oba or is it going to be The Rock? It doesn't really matter. Roman is going to have to be strong and kept strong for both. So it doesn't really matter which one it is. And if it is Rock, then I think Oba gets the title, maybe SummerSlam instead. So it's one of those where the show matters. You want to put the belt on Oba with the most eyeballs on Oba possible, because Oba's the next big thing. I think just kind of putting the belt on him on a B show that not too many people are watching would be a mistake. I think you want to put it on a major show because it's a major statement of intent that this is the guy. This is the person that we are putting the rocket on. And so that's why for me, SummerSlam or WrestleMania. And obviously it's not this SummerSlam. Although there were people thinking, and they're not wrong to have thought it, but there were people thinking that Oba, because he won King of the Ring, would challenge for the championship on night 2, and he would face Brock on night 1, and he would do double duty. And I don't know why we've done what we've done. I don't know why we've had Oba win the King of the Ring and then seemingly sacrifice his there's been no word of him getting a championship match down the road. I mean, once we're past SummerSlam, I'm sure we can revisit that. But I have no idea if he's still going to get it or if he's sacrificed it. No idea whatsoever. If he's sacrificed it, then I think it's really stupid. I mean, he's done WWE a favor by having this match because WWE have got this massive dream match that's going to help sell tickets and drive views. You know, Oba and Brock, Hell in a Cell. You know, the executives should love that. They shouldn't punish Oba by taking away his title opportunity. That doesn't make sense to me. It's kind of like they're acting as if they're doing Oba the favor, when it actually Oba's doing them the favor. Because this is a money match. This is huge. This is brilliant for them. The least they can do is say, thank you. Really appreciate the fact that you're willing to just, you know, delay your championship opportunity. We'll make sure that you get it Survivor Series instead. Or something like that, you know? I mean, that to me is logical. But you know how these things work. The truth is that if it doesn't fit the story that they want to tell, then of course they're not going to go that way, are they? So the truth is that if they want Oba to win the belt but win it at a big show, where can you kick this opportunity to? Survivor Series. I don't know how big it is. To be honest, I don't think it's anything crazy. I know it's nowhere near SummerSlam, WrestleMania, or Royal Rumble. You know, I know it's the big 4, but it's, you know, a lot of people would argue that Money in the Bank has sort of overtaken it. Do you know, it's funny actually, because Netflix did reveal some data, some views about. No, it wasn't Netflix. It was, I think, was it Netflix or ESPN? They released the data about what the most watched PLEs were. But honestly, I saw it on X and I just don't think I'd be able to find it now. I might have to have a look, see if I can find it, because I know that Royal Rumble was the most watched show out of everything. Then it's WrestleMania. So I think Rumble did 3.2 million. WrestleMania Night 1, 2.9. WrestleMania Night 2, 3.1. Royal Rumble was the most watched day. WrestleMania, the biggest when you add both days together. But if you just look at one day individually, Royal Rumble won. I know that SummerSlam was a step down from that. I want to say it was like 2.1, something along those lines. It's a step down from Rumble and WrestleMania. I cannot off the top of my head remember where Survivor Series was. Cannot remember at all. But bottom line is, when is he going to get it? Well, I think it all factors into WrestleMania. I think they're probably delaying it for a bigger show, to be honest with you. So I wouldn't get too upset if we don't rush to get the belt on Oba. I wouldn't get too upset if you're, waiting for Oba to get that championship and you're waiting and you're like, what's going on? There's probably something along those lines. It's probably something to do with the fact that they want the right show. They want the right level of viewership before they pull the trigger. These are the kind of decisions that have to get made, at that creative level. I mean, they could put him on him whenever. You could do it Monday, Friday. Do you know what I mean? Championship, like we did with Sammy, where he had to defend against Punk. I mean, you can do it whenever, but it's about doing it on the right show. Connor said, do we think Seth was on the entrance with crutches, Seth cashing in his money in the bank? Did we like that moment? Yeah, the only thing I would say about that moment is I didn't quite understand, and I still don't quite understand what the purpose of it was, apart from swerving the fans. So, Seth fakes an injury in a match. I mean, we didn't know if it was real or if it was fake. There was a big debate around, was it real, was it not fake? He was in a match with LA Knight. I think it was a Saturday night's main event, and he gets, help to the back. Then we find out he's injured. And then, he comes walking out at SummerSlam on crutches, chucks the crutches away, comes down to the ring and cashes in. What did he achieve by doing that? I don't quite understand. I mean, he didn't throw CM Punk off because CM Punk would still have had that match with Gunther. He still would have been knackered after it, and Seth still could have cashed in. The only thing I can think is, did it just stop CM Punk from getting some support at ringside to stop Seth? But, I mean, there's no evidence that that was ever going to happen. Because you could make that argument that if you're champion, and someone's got money in the bank, you should get someone at ringside that can deal with a potential cash-in. But no one ever does that. That's not something that we ever do. And there's absolutely no indication that CM Punk would have done that. So what did Seth actually achieve? Apart from swerving the fans? But maybe that was enough. So I don't know how history is going to remember that moment, honestly. I don't really know. I think it's got soured by the fact that he got injured for real not long after. And, people will probably say it was karma that he faked an injury only for the reign to end because of a real injury not long after. So I genuinely don't know how that moment will be remembered in history. Will people look back and say it was clever? Will they look back and say it was genius? Will they say it was pointless? I don't know. To me, it was... I don't even know. To me, it was like a moment. It was I want to say a swerve, but I don't know what he swerved. I don't know what he achieved. What did he achieve? He just faked an injury and then ended up cashing in, which he would have done anyway. So, I don't know. I don't hate it. I think it was maybe done for Unreal. It was maybe done because they had just started this show that was going to show you behind the scenes, and they wanted something juicy for the show. And so how about we fake this injury and we'll show behind the scenes how Seth deals with keeping it a secret. And then we'll show the moment that he actually comes out and cashes in, and everyone thinks that he's injured, but he's not really injured. And it's like, yeah, but why are you doing it? I wonder if it was just for Unreal. I wonder if that's why they did it. Because it's not the sort of thing that they've done. And I got to tell you, obviously they worked the locker room as well. And from what I've heard, chatter, locker room does not like that. There is an old rule in wrestling that you never work the boys. You never work the locker room. It's meant to be them working together against the world, It's meant to be them in on whatever against, the fans and all of that stuff, right? They're putting on a show. They're working together. They're a team. And, you don't try and fool the locker room. You don't try and fool those that are kind of on the show. And we don't really do that too often. We don't do that. So, and there's a reason for it as well, because then you start to break down trust. All of a sudden then, I don't know what's real and what's not real now. All of a sudden it doesn't feel like we're in the same boat. So I think the Seth thing's quite interesting, actually. It's quite interesting. I don't even know if they view it as a success. I think, would they do it again now? That would be a very interesting question. Would you do it again? Was it worth it? I don't know I don't know the answer to that. Don't know the answer to that. If WWE Creative was trying to do something different without really thinking about it, says Corey. It could be that, Corey. Could be that. Could just be that they just, want to swerve the fans, and that's it. Some people will say that's all that matters, That's what we're here for, to swerve the fans. But in kayfabe, I don't quite understand. But whatever. No drama. No big problem. But it's not like... It's not a fond moment for me. It's, there's many, many other moments I'm more interested in. G Doggy Dog, shout out to you. Said, I'm loving this new backdrop. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, it is obviously AI generated, but it's took a lot of flipping work, because it keeps coming back and there's mistakes. So you have to go, can you change this? And then when it will change that, something else will go wrong. And then you're like, can we get the reflection looking a little bit better? Can we get this as a color palette? It's took hours and hours and hours, and it's took days, actually, to tweak things, change things, get them looking sharp, trying to get the dimensions right, because you'll ask it to change something, and then it'll completely change the aspect ratio. You'll want that changing, and it'll change the whole graphic to a different size, and you're like, why have you done that? That's not what I want you to do. So there's a lot of prompts, commands, back and forth, all this kind of stuff. So it is, something which I've been working on, trying to make look as good as possible. And there's still a bit that bugs me, actually. I'm pretty much there with everything, but if I'm going to show you, if we go daytime, you can see it better. But this flipping picture, I need to move over here. What the hell's this? Don't even know what that is. When it was dark, you can't quite make it out, so it's fine. It looks a bit fiendish to me, actually. I get a bit of a Bray Wyatt type vibe, so I was like, oh, I don't mind that. I kind of like that. I'm getting a fiend. Actually, not fiend. Do you remember when he did the Pitch Black match? 6, I think that character was going to be called. It's got that sort of vibe to it, and I actually thought that's what it was. So I was like, kind of like that. That's all right. But then when I changed it and said, can you make it daylight? It did that, and I don't even know what that is. I have absolutely no idea. It's art. That's what it is. It's modern art, and I'm sticking with it. So, I was tempted to kind of get it to change it to something that, resembles something. But, Jesus Christ. If I ask it to change that, then I promise you, flipping other things will change. So, it's a never-ending battle, to be honest. So, yeah, there's... I want to try and get a few different ones. So I know that this is one. I want to try and change it so that it's a few different backgrounds. That's the daylight one. This is the nighttime one. I did ask it to sort of do decorate there's a party or something. I don't know. I might put in make the room into a sex dungeon. See what it generates. So, see what comes back. So I want to try it. I like this as a starting point. I like this as a kind of, this is one option, but then we've got daylight and we'll have other options. I might, branch out, look at other rooms. So I just wanted an update, to be honest with you. I just wanted something a bit different. I think we've been running with that old, and I love the old setup. I think it's great. I didn't really have a problem with it, but my big problem was this bit here, the front bit. you know, the block of color, like the red and the blue, it just didn't pop. It just looked very basic. So I've wanted to change that for a long time. And that was my starting point, actually. And so I started by trying to change that. And as I was going through that process, and it was, you know, I was seeing some of the alternatives, that's where it became apparent that it was not going to fit. It was not going to vibe with the backgrounds. It just wasn't going to work. So I came to the conclusion I was going to have to change the background if I was going to. And you just kind of follow it, you know. So, yeah, I like it. I am a fan. I think it looks sharp. I think it looks nice. I can change the graphics in the corner as well. I mean, I've done all of those. So, you know, when it's SmackDown, I can change it to SmackDown. I've even got SummerSlam ready to go as well. So, I mean, I have done a bit of work here. I've done a bit of work, right? This isn't just me going to AI going, can you just knock this out, please? It's took flipping ages. So, you know, people have been asking me about unseens and stuff like that, but I've been working on reactions. I've got like this same setup I've got set up for the reaction clips as well. So I've been working on that. I've been working on this. There's still lots of other work to be done. But like, yeah, I feel like we're making some progress, which is really good. So, G Doggy Dog, thank you, my friend. Daniel said, who do we think's going to win with the Brock Lesnar match? Oh, I think it's Oba. Big thank you to everyone that's checked out our SummerSlam predictions as well. That was another thing I did the other day and managed to get that out, which I was really pleased about. We've covered all the matches. We've spoke about the odds for all the matches that have got odds. A lot of matches were made on Friday. None of those had odds. But we were able to get our predictions out, and I was really pleased about that because obviously this is a big talking point. People constantly asking who's winning, where we're going with this, where we're going with that. So I just put absolutely everything I knew into that video. And yeah, I'm quite happy to talk about it. I think Oba wins. I think Brock has long been rumoured to be retiring at SummerSlam. And do you know, I was thinking about this. We never found out in WWE Unreal what the hell that retirement was about at WrestleMania. They don't cover it. So I wonder if Brock's retirement is going to feature in the next Unreal. And then they'll also touch on what happened at WrestleMania. Because I still don't know if what happened at WrestleMania was planned or if it was Brock just sort of deciding I'm going to go now. Because the Janelle Grant case was coming up. And I do find myself wondering if that played a part. I do find myself wondering if the Janelle Grant case was on his mind. Because Janelle had put a statement out when Brock came back through her lawyer saying that she was looking forward for the case to be heard in court, including the aspects that involve Mr. Lesnar. And, you know, that court case was meant to be starting, I think, July now. It was meant to be starting, which is obviously before SummerSlam in August. So part of me wondered if Brock had done that because he knew that there was a shiz storm on the way. He knew that if this court case was going to go ahead, and at WrestleMania, I think it still was, then it was better to take a step away, end the career, and then, you know, the stuff that was coming, just, you know, go hunting, go fishing, stay offline. I can't imagine he's online much anyway, but at least he's put a bow on his career. And then I wonder if word came out that, you know, it looked like it was going to go arbitration. And actually that's what made him return. I don't know. That's just a conspiracy theory. I mean, timing wise, it fits. But it's just a conspiracy theory. It could be that it was just planned by WWE. Could be that they planned it. I think if they did, I think it was really dumb. Really dumb. Because I feel like now it's took away from the actual retirement because I've sort of already emotionally been through what I thought was a Brock retirement. I thought I'd seen the end. You know, Heyman crying and all this stuff, Boots being left in the ring. I mean, it was the full shebang. It was everything you could. There's nothing more they could have done for a Brock retirement. So now it's going to take away from SummerSlam if he does retire, because I sort of feel like I've seen it. Now I'm not even going to know if this is true. I'm not even going to know when I'm watching him retire, leaving. Is this one real? Or is he going to rock back up at the Royal Rumble and be in Saudi Arabia? So I think it was really dumb to do it if they had it planned. I don't think it was necessary. And I think, to be honest, that's just taken a little bit away from the Hell in a Cell for me, because I do expect Oba to win. I do think Brock retires. And then I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. I'm probably going to feel a bit like, is this real? Can I believe this one? Is this really where it ends? We've heard it is. So I suppose it is, but I don't know. It's TKO. How do I not know that they're not going to throw a load of money at Brock and try and get him for Saudi WrestleMania? They could do that. They could absolutely do that. They could absolutely pay Brock Lesnar to come back for Saudi WrestleMania. So I don't know how to feel about the whole retirement stuff. I like the Hell in a Cell thing, though. I mean, I'm still into the match. And I think Oba wins. I mean, I'll be absolutely stunned if Brock wins. That won't make any sense to me whatsoever. Triple A said, Daze, Seth has been an MVP for a long time now. He's not main evented a proper WrestleMania. He's always showing up. Why don't WWE give him the highs like Roman? He deserves way more. I think, honestly, it just comes down to the numbers. So Roman is a bit taller. He's got a bit more size to him, you know, muscle-wise, physique-wise. He's just bigger built. And that is very marketable, right? I think Seth doesn't really look like he stands out from a lot of other people physically. Physically, you know, he's not super jacked or anything. I think Roman does. Roman has just got that little extra X factor, that little bit taller, little bit more jacked. And, you know, it might not be much, but it's enough for them to look at him and go, that's the person that we need to invest in. And, of course, he's from the Anoa'i family, which is a wrestling family. And, you know, WWE has, of course, got a very strong relationship with that family. And they want to keep that as well. I mean, could you imagine if the Anoa'i family ended up leaving WWE? And, you know, the next generation of wrestlers, the Usos kids, Roman's kids, all of those start going to AEW. And, you know, that production line of wrestlers starts being fed into AEW. Like, this is a very important family in the history of wrestling. And, you know, Roman is, you know, the pick of the crop. He is the top dog when it comes to where we are with that family and that generation at the moment. So, you know, I can't say they were wrong to go with Roman, but I think Seth, you know, this is the point Seth has made. Like, I've been running a very different race to you. I have not been born into this. I have not had the doors opened for me like you have had for you. Maybe a little bit unfair to Roman, you know. I always struggle a bit with that argument because I just sort of feel like we can all see. We're all capable of seeing if someone's a good wrestler. We're all capable of seeing if someone's a good promo. You know, you might not know what makes a good promo. You might not know what makes a good match. But you know a good match from a bad match. You're not going to watch a bad match and, you know, think it's great. You're not going to listen to a bad promo and think it was amazing. Like, we all know a good promo from a bad promo, a good match from a bad match, right? And we can dig into what makes both. But with Roman, the door might have been open for him, just like it was for Charlotte. But you got to walk the walk then, right? The door might be opened. You might have took a bit of a fast track. But you've still got to deliver when the lights are shining brightest, you know? That is still hard to do. So I really push back on people that say that Charlotte's had everything handed to her or Roman's had everything handed to him. I think that's very disrespectful to kind of what they have brought and what they've delivered. I think Charlotte's had loads of great matches in WWE against a multitude of different opponents, be it Sasha, be it Becky, be it Ronda, be it Rhea. You know, she's had bangers against lots of different people. And the same can be said with Roman as well. You know, he's had a real catalogue of fantastic matches against loads of different people as well. So, yeah, you know, they are second generation or third generation or whatever. That door was open for them, but I think, you know, they've got the skills. They've got the skills required to deliver what needs to be delivered. So I'm not down on WWE backing Roman as the person. The numbers have come in to say that they were right to do that. The boom period of 2022, 2023, going into 2024, when we were really invested in Bloodline, that shows that they got it right, that this was the right way forwards. You know, we were making more money than ever before, and you can't really ask for any more than that. So what I would say is they tried in the 2010s to get Roman to that point, and it didn't work. They had to turn him heel in 2020 to get him where he needed to be. So unfortunately, Roman has been the focus because they knew they could get the result they wanted, but they just couldn't figure quite how to get there. They were still getting good results out of him, though, in the 2010s. I mean, we can't say that he wasn't, you know, didn't have fans or anything. He absolutely did. And he was absolutely still delivering monster merch sales. But it was not everyone was on board. And obviously that shifted when we turned him heel and he became cool and the aura increased. And we did the whole tribal chief thing and bloodline and all of that. So Seth, unfortunately, has had to play second fiddle to all of that. And it's normal. Macho Man had to play second fiddle to Hulk Hogan, you know? So it's kind of natural that you're in this situation. You could make the argument that Randy and everyone else had to play second fiddle to John Cena. And John Cena was the pet project. Hogan was the pet project. Bruno Sammartino was the pet project. WWE have got a history of doing this, going all the way back to the 60s, where you find the person that is the creme de la creme, and you put the rocket on them, and that is your guy. And listen, that next person now could be Oba Femi. That could be the next person. It could be that we go from Bruno into the 70s, where we were struggling to replace Bruno. We ended up going back to Bruno. We try a little bit of Pedro Morales. We try a little bit of Superstar Billy Graham. We try a little bit of Bob Backlund. Eventually, we get to Hogan. He then has his run. Then we struggle to replace Hogan. We try a little bit of this person, a little bit of that person, but we struggle to replace him. Eventually, we get to the Attitude Era, which is just chaotic. It's largely Stone Cold and The Rock. It's kind of those two. Maybe a little bit of Triple H in there, a little bit of Undertaker in there, but really it's 316 shirts. You know, it's Stone Cold that's number one. We come out of that and we go pretty much into John Cena. You know, we get into John Cena pretty quickly. We ride the John Cena train for quite a long time. And then we sort of pass that torch over around WrestleMania 31 kind of time to Roman. And then we go with Roman. Doesn't quite land, but it's there or thereabouts. He's clearly the person they're pushing. The fans want Daniel Bryan. And so you get that sort of tension around that time, but it is Roman, the one that they get behind. Eventually it clicks. And, you know, you can make the argument that we're sort of in a period where we're looking a bit post-Roman now. I think Roman's sort of done the runs he'll be remembered for. So you can make an argument that Cody is someone we're having a look at, but I don't think Cody is the long term. I don't think Cody is the next John Cena, because I don't think Cody's got that much time. And I think that it could ultimately end up being Oba. I think what we might look back on in this period is that we did the Bloodline story. Then we had a bit of Cody. We had a bit of CM Punk. and we tried a few things, but then we get to the Oba era, and actually the next 10 years might be dominated by Oba. So it's what they do. It's what they've always done. It's what I believe they'll continue to do, is get behind like this kind of one big poster boy kind of a thing. And it just means that Seth has had to play second fiddle quite a bit. Miss Dell Jr. said, Daze, if Vince gave you creative control over the invasion angle, what would you do? And what would we change about the Austin heel turn? Yeah, the invasion angle is really difficult. We've touched on that before. I think WWE were in a very difficult situation. And actually, I think what I would do is I would have run WCW as a separate brand. And I think I would have not done the invasion angle in 2001. The reason for that is because when they bought WCW, many of you will already know, they did not get all of the wrestler contracts. And the reason for that is because it turns out WCW was not paying all of the wrestler contracts. Some of the big names, a lot of the big names, were being paid directly from Turner. And that means that their contracts were actually with a different company. So when you bought WCW, or when WWE bought WCW, you got rings and mid-card contracts, but you did not get Ric Flair, Sting, Hogan, Goldberg, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall. A lot of those big hitters did not come with the actual WCW purchase. So what WWE tried to do was it tried to do a whole kind of invasion story with mid-carders. It would be like buying AEW and not getting Ospreay, Omega, Mercedes, Hangman, Jericho. Instead, you get in mid-carders. I don't know what their mid-card looks like. Swerve, or I'm not sure. Takeshita, Swerve, not the biggest of names to WWE fans. WWE fans would be wanting Jericho. They'd be wanting Ospreay. They'd be wanting Omega. They'd be wanting Hangman. They'd be wanting those kinds of names. But imagine buying AEW and just getting, I don't know, Top Flight or whatever they're called. I don't even know. I honestly do not pay much attention to AEW, so I don't know what their mid-card looks like. But that's the problem, is that how do you build an invasion angle like that? So what WWE did was they started to move some of their own wrestlers over, right, to try and spread out the star power. But all that does is it just waters it down. They also brought in ECW to try and strengthen the invasion side. And it just got very messy. And I think the dream, what you would want is you would want Hogan, Goldberg, Nash, Sting, Ric Flair. You would want that to invade WWE. You can't have that. That's not what we had in 2001. So I think I would have delayed it. I think if you can't give people what they want, I don't think it's right to give them a watered down version of it. And, unfortunately, a lot of those contracts weren't available until the next year. Perhaps if you'd have delayed till 2002, we see the NWO coming in. You get Goldberg coming in eventually. Like, you do get people coming over, but a lot of people just saw their contracts out. They were quite happy to sit at home and just get paid. So it's a very difficult one to sort of talk about, because I don't know everyone's different contract status, but what I do know is that you've got an option. Do you pull the trigger on an invasion angle that's not going to be what people are looking for? Or is it better to delay, keep the ball rolling with WCW, keep building up tension between Shane and Vince, keep people wanting to see an invasion, keep building it up, and then eventually maybe pull the trigger in 2002 when you do have people like the NWO that can be brought in, and you do have a much stronger invasion that you can execute. I think I would have done that, but you know, there's so many moving parts to that question. It's not an easy question to answer, to be honest. Right, scroll down. I am looking forward to Brock Oba tonight, said Connor. Yeah, we got the weigh-in tonight for anyone that's just joining us. Killer Cross is holding 4 titles and is now undefeated, said Guitar Crow. Is he finding himself on the indies like Drew and Cody did, or is it too late? Well, I never think it's too late. What I would say is I don't think him winning titles on the indies is going to really change much. You know, he's a big name with a decent fan base. You know, I mean, he puts a documentary out, gets loads of views. So, you know, indie promoters are going to obviously put belts on him because they know that there's a buzz around him and that people... I mean, I'd imagine the question he gets asked the most is, what the hell happened? Why are you not still with WWE? How did they not see what we can see? And I'd imagine that's the kind of question he gets a lot at, like, fan conventions. And I don't know that he's got an answer, to be honest, because I'd imagine he's asking himself the exact same thing. So I don't know, him getting indie titles is a sign that he has found himself. I think that it needs to be a shift, actually, in presentation. I think he needs to find a different way of presenting himself that's going to really get momentum. I think it's hard because I think the work he was doing was brilliant anyway. So it's really hard to give him advice as to what that shift should look like when I think the package he's already got is great. You know, he looks like a killer. He's got Scarlett, you know, very attractive woman. Their entrance was epic. I mean, to be honest, if he was just coming down to the ring on his own and his entrance music was a bit bland, you would probably want him to turn into what he was, which is a much bigger presence with an attractive woman by his side. And you'd probably want him to move into that. It's so hard to know where he goes from here because what can he do from here? I don't know that he can get more dramatic. Can he get more intense? But then is that something WWE are even looking for? Because they're a PG product. So would they even value that? The bottom line is, and I don't know that he's ever managed to get this answer. He might do, and he might not be telling us. But the bottom line is, you would want a heart-to-heart with Triple H. I don't know if he can pick up the phone to him. I'm sure he has his number or can get his number. But the number one question should be, where did it go wrong? I'm not going to be offended by whatever you say. Clearly you saw something in me because you brought me back. Because don't forget, Carrion was not around until Triple H took over and brought him back. So you brought me back. How did we not build on that? Where did I go wrong? Was it my attitude? Was I too confrontational backstage? Was it that you gave me some opportunity and I dropped the ball? Was it that my presentation was too similar to someone else's and you wanted something different? Talk to me. What can I do? How can I get back? What changes do I need to focus on? And I mean, that whatever Triple H says is going to be worth its weight in gold. Because that's the answer, isn't it? I mean, Triple H is the one that, you know, makes the decisions when it comes to who he wants to use. If Triple H went to Nick Khan tomorrow and said, I want Carrion back, they could do it. They could do it. Because TKO have got money. If he says, I'm going to use him, I think we can really do something with him. I think I got it wrong by letting him go. They could do it. I don't know if he's under contract with MLW or something, but by and large, they could do it. So the one person that's got the answer to this is Triple H. And I don't know. I mean, it could be that his presentation was very close to, say, Alistair and Zelina. And it could be that they had to choose between those two. It really could be that. It could be that we need to cut budget. We have got two people that are husband and wife that are leaning into the darker side of things. And really, there's only room for one. So do we want to keep Alistair and Zelina? Or do we want to keep Karrion and Scarlett? And the thing is, Zelina can wrestle. Scarlett can wrestle, but not to the same standard. Alistair, I think, has achieved a bit more success in WWE than what Karrion did. Certainly at the NXT level, I would say that Alistair is around a bit longer. I think Karrion had NXT title run, but it was kind of fleeting, really. There wasn't like much to it. So it could have come down to that. Very close. Who do you pick? Do you go Alistair, Zelina? Do you go Scarlett, Karrion? A lot of people will say Scarlett, Karrion. A lot of other people will say Alistair, Zelina. And it might have just come down to a simple decision like that. It might not be that he sucked. It might not be that his character was wrong. It might not be that he really did anything wrong. It might just be that you're too similar to someone else that we've got. I need to cut the budget. I only need one of you. It's either that or that, you know? It's like saying, do you want the orange drink or do you want the strawberry drink? I like both, but I can only have one. So it's, you know, it's one of those. So I don't know. I don't know what the future is going to look like for him. I hope he's happy. I hope he makes money. I hope that, you know, he can find peace and enjoyment in whatever he's doing. If he can get some answers, I hope he gets those answers. And who knows, he could find his way back. I mean, we don't even have Alistair, Zelina anymore because I don't think that worked, actually. I think if that was the dilemma, and I don't know that it was, but if it was the dilemma, I don't think it didn't work. Alistair and Zelina ended up getting cut as well, because we did kind of go with them after Karrion and Scarlett had ended, and there was a lot of chatter about how it felt very similar to Karrion and Scarlett. But it didn't land. It wasn't really generating numbers, merch sales. The fan reaction just wasn't quite where they wanted it to be. And I think in the end, they decided that's not working either. And I don't know. Door is never closed. I'd never say it's too late. I think there's always a way forward, but I don't know. I'm not sure. At the moment, there's no word or anything that he's going to find his way back. Daze, if I had to change Mike Santana's name, I would have gone with Michael Santorini, an Italian mafia boss, hunting Tony, or Mikhail Santarov, a Russian spy. All very good suggestions. Durban said Killer shouldn't go back to WWE. Every time he does, they just keep wasting him. What's the point? He's doing well on the indies. I suppose the point is the reach, isn't it? So if you're Karrion, you obviously want to reach as many people as possible. You want your work to be seen by as many people as possible. Like, he's doing well on the indies, probably getting paid well, but you'll get more money from WWE and you'll get a bigger platform with WWE. And I'm not just saying that as in, like, you know, you'll get more money, you'll get more exposure, which can lead to more opportunities, but more people will get to see your work as well. And actually, if you think about someone like Karrion, I think he puts a lot into his work. I think there's a lot that kind of goes into the presentation, the character. I think there's a lot of psychology that kind of goes into what his character is doing and why is his character doing it. I don't think he's slapdash in just, we'll go out there and we'll just do something. I think there's thought that goes in, and I think that you could understand him wanting that work to be seen by as many people as possible. So, yeah, I hope he's happy. I hope he's, you know, doing well on the indies. That could be enough, and that could be, you know, a great life. But if WWE did come back, you'd probably have to think about it because, again, you know, you've only got so long as a wrestler. And if you go back, you are going to run the risk, obviously, of the rotation, of sitting in catering. It happens. It's happening to Carmelo. It's happening to Jordan Grace. Like, it happens. It's natural. It's part of life. Rusev has just been on the sidelines. Street Profits have been on the sidelines. You know, the thing is, WWE is full of great wrestlers. Full of them. You know, we've got Johnny Gargano just planking backstage. But, I mean, we're not struggling to put a show on without these people. Because you've always got more wrestlers than you have TV time. And Carrion will find himself in that rotation. You've got to weigh that up before you go back. You know, are you happy doing what you're doing on the indies? Are you happy you're doing that? Or do you want to sort of run the risk? Do you want to run the risk? Do you want to kind of take the gamble again? Because the rewards are really big. They're huge. But the downside is big as well. It is a bit like going up to a slot machine and pulling the handle, isn't it? It's you could believe in yourself all you want, but a lot of this is out of your control. A lot of it is what do creatives see for you? How do you fit into their picture? Not really about you. It's more what can you bring to what they're doing. And a lot of that is out of your hands. So, yeah, it's a gamble. I understand why you would say, don't go back. I think it would be something he would have to think about. But there is upsides to going back as well. I mean, action figures and just merch and, you know, loads of opportunities. I mean, there's people like Liv and Drew that are getting into films and TV shows. You know, there's those doors that can open. So, I mean, there is a lot of opportunity. So it's difficult, but that's life, isn't it? You know, that's life. You got to make these kinds of decisions and weigh up the pros and cons. And listen, sometimes you're going to make the wrong decisions. Sometimes you're going to take wrong turns in life. That's absolutely part of life. So, I don't know. Hard to say. Can't speak for him. I wish him all the best, though. RTX said, if we did a modern invasion story, what would we do? Probably have to be TNA, wouldn't it? I mean, we don't work with AEW. There's no relationship there. So it would probably have to be TNA. They sort of did it at the NXT level. You couldn't really do it with New Japan or anyone like that. The stars just aren't big enough. You can't do it with AEW unless you start a relationship with AEW, which I just don't see happening. I mean, we didn't do an invasion angle with WCW until we owned WCW. So, you know, all of it was WWE, really. So WWE are not going to be interested in working with AEW unless they own them, unless they purchase them. And I don't think they're going to really work with TNA at the main roster level with a big invasion angle unless there's maybe a bit more ownership there. But they did do a little something at the NXT level. So a modern invasion angle, just hard to picture, to be honest. It's the landscape of wrestling is very different from the 90s. Big Time said, do we think Carmelo is a victim of wanting to get Trick over as a big babyface, but they don't want to position him to split the crowd? Giving Corbin his first loss first back, pinning Melo was an out. I think there probably is some truth to that, yes. I don't think that it's really anything to do with Melo. I think Trick is definitely someone they feel is worth investing in. So, you know, if Trick wasn't around, I'm sure Carmelo would still be champion and be feuding with Baron Corbin. So, yes, it probably is that. It probably is them trying to weigh up what, you know, what's the right thing to do here. How do we approach this? I can't say they're wrong. I think Trick is a massive future star. I think Trick is someone that's going to be obviously a big deal. I think the numbers probably back that up, probably confirm that he is like a big deal. So, yeah, I can't say they're necessarily wrong to do that. I think it's just that Carmelo gets caught in the crossfire, you know, friendly fire. So, yeah, probably is something along those lines. And you can make the argument that WWE should be able to find something else for him. Should be able to get like another feud kind of going, whatever. But As we said, I mean, SmackDown's gone down to 2 hours. So, I mean, the TV time is tight. And, you know, he's kind of just found himself on the bench. It's not one that you can necessarily justify because he's a great wrestler that shouldn't be missing out. So, I mean, it's a difficult one to justify. The only thing I keep coming back to is, and I said this yesterday as well, is that we're always going to have this situation. It's always happened, and it's always going to happen. You are always going to have great wrestlers sat on the sidelines forever because you have to have more wrestlers than TV time because you need rotation, you need to cover injuries, you know, people get pregnant. You're always going to have a roster, and I would set it up that way as well. If you gave me a blank sheet of paper and said, draw out your dream roster, I am going to make sure that I am covered. You're not going to want to have just enough people so that you can put on a show. Because what are you going to do when someone gets injured? What are you going to do if someone's flight is delayed? What are you going to do if 2 people are refusing to work with each other, which Triple H tells us has been happening or has happened? I don't know. For me, like, you've got to have options. The show is the most important thing. Putting the show on and delivering a show every week, that's the focus. Yeah. I don't care if people have to sit in catering for a few weeks or months. My big focus is I am being paid as head of creative to put on the best product possible. In order to do that, I'm going to need X amount of wrestlers, and it is going to be more wrestlers than TV time. So Carmelo, I think, is just a bit of a victim at the moment of, Trick's push and Trick getting the spotlight. Eventually, he'll come back into rotation and he'll find his way back in. He'll get into a feud. The long-term prospect for Carmelo is good. And it's great as well that the fans are missing him and they want to see him because that says that he's connected. That says that he's managed to get through. So, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. I know, I understand, I can see what's happening, and I can't say that I think they're wrong or anything. I think that it's just his time to sort of sit on the sidelines at the moment, unfortunately. Hopefully that is not for long. Hopefully it is just a short-term thing and then he gets brought back in rotation. Have we got anime wrestling? Do we have anime wrestling show at one point, said Dean. I don't know what you mean by that, Dean. Do you mean like a anime TV wrestling show? I mean, I think you're going to have everything, to be honest, buds. I think you'll have everything. I think that there's nothing you won't have because with AI and places like YouTube, there is absolutely no reason why you can't have everything catered for. I think you will end up with pretty much everything. I mean, think about it now. At the moment, I don't know where we are, but stop motion, probably going back 5 years, 10 years, was kind of where we were with people taking a picture, moving the figure, taking another picture, moving a figure, and they'd make a 2-3 minute video out of that. I mean, now you can go on ChatGPT, Gemini, wherever, you know, give me a storyline. You could write a whole storyline out, explain the characters, explain what you want to happen, build it all out, and say, I want it in the style of Pixar, and it will spit it out for you. Legally, I don't know where we stand with those things right now. I don't know how YouTube feel about those things. I don't know. I don't know where we are. I've not been watching that type of content. So, I mean, that might be happening now. But, I mean, if you've got some characters and some stories and you want to create that, the tools are there to do it now. So, will we get anime wrestling one? Absolutely. In fact, we've already had it. There's already anime wrestling. The whole Tiger Mask stuff, wasn't it? In Japan was all of that. So that it already exists, but I think you'll get more of all of that stuff because of AI, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, content creation is just not a problem, is it? In the modern world. Not a problem at all. I watched the Mania XL documentary for the first time. I think it's one of the best since the DVD era, says Andy. Andy, how you doing? Well, my friends? Shout out to you. I don't quite recall it, to be honest with you. I almost certainly will have watched it, but I can't remember. It's obviously going to be like WrestleMania 40 behind the scenes and all that stuff, but I can't remember what was in there that was kind of groundbreaking. But I mean, those documentaries are always worth a watch. I mean, I enjoyed Unreal. I thought that was a very good show this time around. So yeah, you can always get something from those. I think they're always worth tuning into. I still have not seen the Shawn Michaels one, you know. The Shawn Michaels one that came out ages ago, which I said I was going to try and get round to watching. Nope. I haven't done it. So, yeah, I've not got round to watching that one. Trick Carmelo for the championship would be a banger. Something we've always wanted. Why do we think they keep avoiding it? Well, I think what Big Time said was probably correct. I think that we have got a company that really wants to try and get Trick over as a babyface. And if you do babyface, it's really difficult because you are splitting the crowds. So, you know, some of the crowds are going to be into Carmelo, some of the crowd are going to be into Trick Williams. And I think it's just really difficult. I think it's just really difficult because you really want everyone on the same page. If you really want people to be invested in Trick, you don't want them to have another option that is compelling. So you're splitting the fans. So Carmelo Trick you can absolutely get to, but I think at this stage where we're trying to build both of them, I don't know. You could do it as a match. I mean, we've done it, I think, on SmackDown, whatever, but I don't know that it makes more sense than doing Trick against Baron Corbin. You probably could get away with the triple threat, but again, you're forcing people to choose. It's different, like, you know, who do you want to support in the triple threat? So I sort of get it, to be honest. Sort of understand that, yeah, I think it's right. I think we are just investing in Trick right now, building him up. Eventually, I think we can do the match, but maybe one of them turns. Or maybe it's a case that they are both built and we're quite happy with where they are and we just put them up against each other. A bit like Chad and Penta. We're doing that right now. I don't think Penta's necessarily going to get any bigger than he is. I don't think Chad's necessarily going to get any bigger than he is, apart from if he gets the win, you know, and he gets that championship, can we build on it with him being champion? In regards to Carmelo and Trick, yeah, I think that's, you know, that's where we've been really recently, is trying to establish Trick, who only came in earlier this year, you know. It's still very new for him. It's still relatively new for Carmelo. I mean, he's been around a couple of years now, but yeah, I agree. I think it makes more sense to try and just keep them apart rather than having them together at the moment. But it is annoying because it just means that Carmelo keeps missing out. The Wealth Compass said, what do we think about JC and her booking? I think she's amazing in ring and on the mic, but they won't let her cook. She should have beaten Tiffany. Well, I think for me, I just find it a bit frustrating that one of the only things that we're doing with people is championships. Like, why can't Carmelo get into a feud with someone away from the title? Why can't JC get into a feud with someone away from titles? Why has it always got to be around titles? So, you know, JC has not long been on the main roster. I don't need her get into a United States Championship. I mean, like, she can because she's a heel. So if you don't like it, deal with it, right? She's a heel. You're not meant to like it. So when it comes to JC, I think you can get away with it. I think, not that I would, but you can. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go back to my moan about Sol Ruca. I just think Sol Ruca got put to a title way too quickly. It really feels to me like WWE Creative have got a lot of fires. There's a lot of things that need fixing, and I can sympathize with this, actually. Like, I understand this. I understand that they are trying to fix a lot of problems, because I feel like I've tried to do that on the channel, right? So, like, on this channel, for example, we've got, you know, an update needed for the stream, right? And the stream layout. So I've been working on that. I need to try and do that for other parts, so like the members side. And, you know, when we go full screen, I still need to work on those graphics. I need to get the reaction clips working again. People keep asking about Unseen, understandably, right? There's loads of things, loads of plates you have to spin. And obviously, sometimes those plates are going to fall. And it's about, you know, making sure that when you get them spinning, you can keep them spinning, right? So I think with WWE, they're very focused on the top end, as they should be. And I think they are, you know, trying to make sure their mid-card looks good. But this is where your Jaces, your Jordans, your Carmelos, your Johnny Garganos, you know, they are not the priority. They're not at the top end of the cards, and they're not really the people they're looking at as being the mid-card champs right now. They're kind of even sort of below that level, where they're mid-carders, kind of sometimes even towards the lower end if you're Johnny, someone that really just needs, like, basically a reset, right? And so I can understand that they aren't really putting, like, much attention there. And you can say that that's a fault, and you can say that that's something that they need to improve. But to be honest with you, that is not something that's going to drive the business. That's not something that's picking up the views. Really, your views are driven by your world champions and what's happening there. You know, when we think back to Bloodline, we're not talking about what people were doing in the mid-card or what people were doing at the low end. We're talking about Roman, who he was feuding with, Cody, trying to finish his story. You know, we're talking about all those things. When we go back to Hogan and Hulkamania, we talk about that, and we talk about Macho Man and Warrior. We're not going down to flipping Bad News Brown. You know, we're not going down to those levels. So their focus is in the right place. The lower end stuff there's frustration there. Again, it brings me back to what I've said. You're always going to have people sat on the sidelines, right? You've always got more wrestlers than TV show. In regards to JC, I think she's fine. I think she's been used on a regular basis. She's on the SummerSlam card. I mean, don't forget, people were upset the other day she didn't qualify for the ladder match. And pretty much immediately we said, but they might already have a plan for her for SummerSlam. And lo and behold, she's in a match at SummerSlam, which I'm sure was planned months ago, right? So she couldn't be in the ladder match because they already have got a plan for her. So I think there's a lot of noise around certain people when you do need to just let it play out a little bit. I think there is a prioritizing of superstars, which is going to be different to your priority. So you might have someone a little higher up in the pecking order than what WWE do. That doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean WWE are right. It just means there's a differing of opinion, you know? I wouldn't have Carmelo not doing anything. I wouldn't have Johnny not doing anything. I'd rather get them on the show than some of the people that are on the show. But WWE see it different. They've got numbers that probably tell different, right? When they look at merch sales or whatever, right? So, I don't know. I don't worry too much about that stuff. I think JC is a great talent. She was an indie wrestler for a long time. She really knows what she's doing. I think when you watch her work, you can appreciate her work. She's in a match at SummerSlam. She's been used fairly consistently. Championships are going to be on the way. I don't worry about racing towards them because I don't feel like we need to. If you put that mid-card belt on JC, all that will happen is people will start moaning about the fact that we're not doing anything with Jordan, right? And this is what happens, is it always seems to be a focus on who's not being used. And like, I God, I'm so bored of it. I'm so bored of like that conversation, always focusing on who's not being used. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is what people want to talk about. Maybe this is where we're always going to be. Perhaps this is the next 10 years of us just talking about why are they not using this person? Why are they not using that person? The truth is, because they're worried about the top end of the cards. They're worried about the mid-card champions. And, you know, at that specific moment in time, these people don't fit into the plans. It's no big drama. Doesn't mean they're not going to get used eventually. Doesn't mean they're not going to be champions. Doesn't mean they can't have big 2027s or feature at Survivor Series or whatever it might be. It just means they're not in the mix right now. And they'll get brought into the mix and they'll get opportunities unless, you know, it's just they've reached the end of the road. I don't think we have with Jordan or JC or anything like that. But eventually, if you sit on the sidelines too long and creative consistently are struggling to find things for you, then you might end up becoming Tegan Knox. You might end up becoming Shayna Baszler. Yeah. You might end up becoming one of those people that ends up getting released. I don't think we're anywhere near that for Jordan or Carmelo or anything along those lines, right? You would need to see a very long period in my mind of being sat on the sidelines before we kind of had those conversations. But yeah, she's going to be fine. Could the booking be better? Yeah, but I think it could be better for pretty much everyone. There's the vast majority of wrestlers in WWE could have better booking, couldn't they? So should she be a mid-card champion now? Yeah, I'm not bothered. It doesn't matter to me if she is or she isn't, because I really like JC and I know she's going to get there eventually. Right now, they just want to do this 6-woman tag thing. And so I think, you know, they've had a plan for JC to be in this match for a while. And so, you know, I think, to be honest, they were going to have Tiffany defend the belt on the go home. That's what I heard. And then Rhea got injured. And when Rhea got injured, Tiffany got dragged into the ladder match. So I don't think they want to put the belt on JC because she was always going to be in this 6-woman tag match. They wanted the belt on Tiffany because she was going to be defending it. As soon as Rhea got injured, Tiffany got moved into the ladder match. You see how it all fits together? Like, could you book it different? Sure. Is it a big drama or a big thing? Nah, it's not. It's really not. Metal Mama, hello. Shout out to you. Naomi is going to return to get her belt. She said she was coming back for it. If she was 7 weeks pregnant in August of 25, the due date was around April. The silence makes me think so, says Metal Mama. I think Naomi is a good shout. She did say she'd be coming back for it. I think it's very different, though, isn't it, when you've got the baby in your arms? I think it's going to be very difficult for her to step away from the child. You know, that's always been a dream of hers to have a kid. I think she was told, am I right in saying she was told it might not even be possible? And then it became possible. And now here she is with baby. So we haven't seen any pictures. There's been a lot of fake pictures doing the rounds. So we haven't seen any pictures or anything. But she is, probably had it by now. And could she be on the verge of a return? She could be. You might be correct, my friend. That would be quite a surprise if she was to come back. But there's no word, is there? As you say, it's just having to try and put some pieces together. Okay. Let's go. Where are we time-wise? We've got 18 minutes. God, this has gone really fast. This has gone really quick. Okay. Daze, AEW and Tony don't get flamed anywhere close to Triple H and WWE. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about who gets flamed more than anyone else? Does not make any difference, does it? Doesn't matter who is getting what press. we watch the show, we judge the creative. If people online like Dave Meltzer or anyone is going to be more pro AEW than WWE, what impact does that have? It doesn't have an impact on my life. Shouldn't really have an impact on yours. You can make an argument, is it fair and all this kind of stuff, but I don't know. Is that where we want to spend our time talking about? Is Dave Meltzer fair? Is that fun? I don't know. To me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference as to, if WWE gets heavily criticized online or if AEW gets criticized online. We said the other day, didn't we? I think there is a lot of people out there that are... I'll tell you what's changed for me, right? We were critical of WWE because it really felt like the product was poor. I genuinely think in 2026 there's been an improvement. I can point to Raws that have felt a hell of a lot better this year than they did last year, right? I can point to SmackDown since WrestleMania, but also since it went 2 hours earlier this month as being a stronger product. And that's not just me saying it. That's coming from your opinions, from the opinion videos. It's coming from the polls that I see in regards to what did you think about the show. I mean, I am seeing numbers improve. I'm seeing people's appreciation for the shows improve. So I'm seeing positive improvement. And I'm here to criticize WWE when there's things to criticize. And there'll always be things to criticize. But I am also here to praise when I feel like the shows deserve to be praised. As said before, I am a WWE fan. I've never hidden that, right? I love WWE. I always have. And this is meant to be a fun watch along. It's meant to be a, hey, let's watch our favorite shows together and talk about wrestling, right? So I am pro WWE. I am a WWE fan. But I will and always have been happy to say if something's rubbish because I'm not a blind fan, right? I don't. It's not blind loyalty from me. If something's bad, it's bad, so let's talk about it. Why is it bad? What do they need to do to change it? Because I want this to get better. I want this to be the best it can be. So my frustration comes from when I'm seeing some positivity in the community and I'm seeing shows that I believe have got better, but yet the negativity is just as loud as always. That's where I start having a problem. Because all of a sudden now, you do start to question if people are just being negative for the sake of being negative, or if people are being negative because it's the cool thing to be, or is it because it generates views? And do you know what I mean? I'm seeing improvement. I'm seeing that the community is enjoying it a bit more. Maybe not loads. Perhaps it's 20% more, right? But it's an improvement. I feel like we're in a better place. And yet you've still got people that are, do you know what I mean, really banging the negativity drum. So to me, this conversation is popping up a little bit more and more on each of these streams. It's not a conversation I'm looking to have. If you're genuinely still struggling with WWE, and that's coming from an honest place, I am not talking about you. It might feel like I'm talking about you, but I am not talking about you. I'm not talking about anyone in this community, to be honest with you. I'm talking more about what I see outside the community, where people have a choice to, kind of present, say, some news and do it in a balanced way, or if they're going to present the kind of dramatic negative aspect of it all. And it feels like that is happening a lot right now. And I wonder if it's because people have got themselves in a rut and they just can't get out. It honestly could be that. It could be that people have got themselves into this mindset that it's just all doom and gloom. And even if there is some positive kind of improvements, they're not big enough for people to get out of the hole that they've dug themselves in, So I don't engage with these accounts. This is why I'm saying, what does it matter? Because I see it, but I don't engage in it. I'll see the thumbnails and I won't click on the videos. I make my own mind up. I watch the show. I listen to what you lot have got to say. I make my own mind up, right? I want this company to be the best it's ever been. That's what I want, right? What we get is short of that. And we talk about why, but we also talk about what's going well as well. I am looking forward to SummerSlam this weekend. And I think it's going to be a really fun show. And I love what Metal Mama just said there about how could we get Naomi. I think that's really interesting. Hadn't thought about Naomi. You know, she's not been on my radar. There's been no chatter about her. But you're right, she's probably had that kid now. This is a big show. It is going to be hard with a baby in her arms to sort of start that process of training and working to kind of get back in the ring. At what point do you start doing that? I don't know. So I genuinely don't know if we're going to get her or not. But, wow, it's an option, isn't it? I think it's a really good shout. I think the best thing for a lot of you is to just be aware. Just be aware that I think there's a lot of bad faith out there. There's a lot of negativity that's out there. And just like how you're always going to have wrestlers sat on the sidelines, I think you're always going to have that as well. You know, you're always going to have AEW hardcore fans that hate WWE that are always going to quite happily promote the negative aspect of everything. And that's fine. I mean, to be honest, WWE probably deserve it because they keep putting shows against AEW. They've, you know, fanned the flames of this tribalistic war in the past. So, you know, there's no complaining from my side in regards to some hardcore AEW fans kind of taking that stance. I know there's an anti-WWE X account, isn't there? That pop up from time to time on my feed. You know, it's out there. It's always going to be out there. And that's okay. I suppose my problem is when you've got people that I have always thought were more balanced. You know, I think I've always naively assumed that, like, yeah, we've hit a bad spell and 2025 was rough. But I think I've always naively assumed that when things would get better again, people would come along on that journey of it's getting better and we'd all be in the boat together. And I think past few weeks I've started to realize I don't think that's true. I think even as things get better, you're going to have people that are going to decide to take the negative aspect instead. And that is not me. I know that we've been very critical in the past and we'll continue to do that if it's warranted. But in my heart, I've always wanted this to succeed. I've always wanted this to be the best that it can be. So I would say don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's always going to be there. Know that it will always be there. It's what do you do with it that you've got to sort of figure out, you know? I mean, the best thing you can do is watch the show, make your own mind up. Don't be swayed by me. Don't be swayed by the community. Don't be swayed by anyone else. Watch the show yourself. Make your own mind up. And then if you want opinion from people you trust, go and check out their reviews or check out their thoughts and see if there's any interesting points that get made. Things that might make you look at things a little different or think about things a little different. Or, you know, I had this conversation with Aaron the other day. He was saying this, you know, is it better for him to sort of block out some of the noise that's out there? Would wrestling be better if he did that? And I think it's everyone's on their own journey kind of a situation. I think for some people, the answer is yes. For others, it might be no. You know, for me, I really wanted to talk about wrestling when I was living on my own in Southampton. And so for me, watching the show on my own was not something that would, like, you know, would work for me. If I was still in that situation now, I would be in this community as a viewer. Because if I was still watching on my own in Southampton, I wanted to share thoughts and hear other people's thoughts. And so I would be in this community and I would be in the chat. But then equally, you know, if you are finding, I'm not saying this community, but I'm saying if you are finding there being too much negativity or too much of like, and it's not making it a pleasant experience, then yeah, maybe a change is right. It's about enjoying wrestling the best that you can and getting the most out of it. And the other alternative is if you're really struggling, maybe taking a break. I mean, maybe just stepping away for a little bit and just kind of, focusing on something else for a little bit. I mean, I think if some people had stepped away maybe at the tail end of last year and were coming back now, I'd like to think they'd see a bit of an improvement. I mean, I do think the shakeup in the Raw creative team has been a positive. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be there. That negativity is always going to be there. I suppose my surprise is I really thought there was certain accounts, certain big channels that would have become a bit more positive as the product has sort of improved. And I believe it's improved just by looking at feedback that I've seen and the way I feel about it. But seemingly not. So, Daze, what do you know about babies? You populated half of England since hitting puberty. Corey, shout out to you. I can confirm there are no mini Dazes out there. Bones said, what's the site where you got the figures from? I almost have them all, but I need to order some. Yeah, it's a wrestling shop. I haven't spoke to them in years, to be honest. I'm going to say friend of the channel. I believe that's still to be true. But I haven't actually spoke to them in years. But yeah, I love those guys. They're great. Really nice people, really friendly people. And they are, I believe, the UK exclusive home of figures, WWE Superstar figures. So definitely hit them up. Get in touch with them. I don't know what shipping would be like for you in America, but I mean, to be honest, I have to buy figures from America and get them shipped over here. So sometimes you just got to do it. Sometimes you got to bite the bullet if it's the only way that you can actually get the figures, So they've got all of them apart from some chases going all the way back to series 10. So they've got about 8 or 9, coming up to 9 series, I believe they've got. And most of them are all still in stock. So Wrestling Shop Online is where you need to go, buds. Bernie said, I think you might be the EST of streaming, the roughest, the toughest, the cutest. Well, Benito, thank you. Very kind words, Benito. And I know that's true because you've had me as your profile picture now for what feels like years. So cute, very cute. Lucy said, some people like me started watching when it went to Netflix. For us, this is like the best time. We don't have that background. I learn from you guys and I enjoy the shows, said Lucy. Oh, that's great. Well, welcome, Lucy. Yeah, I mean, that's so true, isn't it? That that is so true. There's a lot of negativity around because we're benchmarking against better times. But I mean, some of those better times are actually the best times. We'll look at 2022, 2023 as being such a great period because Roman and the Bloodline were just on top and it was so much fun. And each week you couldn't wait to see what was next with the story. But I mean, the truth is, that's one of the best periods in WWE history. That's like climbing up a hill and getting to the top of the hill going, oh, yeah, but I mean, it ain't Everest, is it? And it's like, well, no, but Everest is like the highest point on Earth. I don't know. Is it right that we're comparing all these hills to Everest? I mean, that's where we would like to be if you're a mountaineer. But I mean, it just ain't going to happen all the time, is it? So, listen, we're not going to rewrite history. I think 2025 had its challenges. I think they tried stuff that didn't work. I think, we tried stuff with the Vision and injuries, just tore it apart. I think trying to make John Cena a heel in his final year was a bit silly. I think getting people to championships very quickly when they're not really over with the crowds. It kind of felt like we were trying to get the championships to get them over. I think that's debatable as to whether that works. It might work, but it probably takes a lot of time, a lot of investment for it to actually pay off. And I would question as to whether it worked with Stephanie. I would question as to whether it worked with Julia. I would question if what we did with Maxine carrying that belt for a very short time was worth it. I would question if, you know, Jade being champion really did a great deal. I think we tried a lot, and I think a lot fell short. And so I don't want to rewrite history, but this is why where we are right now definitely feels like we're in a different position. I definitely feel like we're in a better place. I don't have those same frustrations right now. And so for me, it might not be Everest, but it's still, you know, we're on a decent climb. We're on a decent looking slope. Hopefully Everest is next year or 2028, you know. I mean, a boom period is probably just around the corner. It's cyclical, isn't it, wrestling? You always get hot periods and then cool periods. So, Lucy, shout out to you. It's lovely having people around that have only been watching wrestling for a short time. Love speaking to all people when it comes to, as long as they're, you know, good faith, here for a good time. It's always great speaking to people that are passionate about WWE, wrestling in general. Whether you've been watching since Bruno Sammartino, or you've been watching since Netflix, or maybe you've been watching since, I don't know, Royal Rumble this year. I mean, there's people that are watching shows for the first time every time, isn't there? So everyone is welcome. And with that being said, we do need to turn our attention to this week's Raw and see what they've got on deck for us. Corey said 2 years, 1 month of being here. Corey, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you of being dazed. Look at you, you charmer. PJ said, Daze, I like what you've done with the place. Thank you, bud. We've upgraded, we've moved. And yeah, I mean, it's all of your donations, to be honest. A big thank you to everyone that's donated to the channel. I couldn't have afforded a place like this without you. Last week on the web, you was asking if you could have dinner with 3 people, who would it be? Yes. I'd like to ask you that question, says PJ. Good question. Yeah, I was chatting with people that joined us on the Wrestling Escape Pod, who they would have dinner with if they could have dinner with a few people. And I think I'd want someone. I think Vince is a good go-to because he could answer anything about WWE. I said, I think with Edward, that it was a controversial pick, and it is a controversial pick, but it makes sense to me because, you know, it's Vince. And if you've got any questions whatsoever, he's going to be able to answer those. So Vince, I think, would be one. I think I would probably go with a British comedian called Chris Evans, who you probably won't have heard of. You'll probably be thinking of the movie actor. But he was very influential when I was a kid. There's a lot of his shows that I loved. Really loved. He was responsible for a breakfast show called The Big Breakfast, which was really fun. I used to watch it every morning before I went to school. And he was also responsible for another show called TFI Friday, which was one of my all-time favourite shows. So I'd want to have him because, for me, he's a big part of my youth going into my 20s. So I'd want to speak to him. And I don't know about a third. I feel like I'd want a musician because I love music. Maybe Bob Dylan. Because I love Dylan. I'm a big Dylan fan. And I've got wrestling covered. I've got TV and just culture covered. And I'd have music covered. I think I'd go something like that, you know. I might be able to think of a better answer given more time, but off the top of my head, I'd be thinking along those lines, yeah. So, PJ, thank you, my friends. Right now, I can tell you we are starting with Oba and Brock. I don't think... Have we got commentators? No, it's just all silent, which is a bit strange. So we got Oba and Brock there walking to the ring. Oba and Brock. So they're making their way out to the ring. Oba coming through Gorilla. Music plays. We had absolutely no commentary then. The Hell in a Cell is set up. Triple H is in the ring. We're in LA. Here we go. Here we go. Oba about to make his way out. There he is. Oba Femi in the entranceway. Looking like a badass, mate. So good. People are probably going to do the strut now, but are they going to do it properly? That's the question. Bum, bum, bum. Oba. 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 We, at the moment, haven't gone picture-in-picture, you know. Ah, there it is. Just as I said, we haven't done that. We then do that. As Oba makes his way down to the ring. I didn't realise Hell in a Cell was going on tonight, says Jay. Still no commentary, said Sally. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Weird not having commentary. There's the scales in the ring. That's got to be a production botch. I can't imagine that it's not. It's got to be a production botch. But. Oba. Okay, so Adam Pearce is asking Oba to stand on the scale. We're in there with police and Triple H. Oba weighing in. 302 pounds for Oba Femi. God, it's big, isn't it, actually? 302 pounds for Oba. That's big. Here comes Brock. What's he going to weigh in at? Cameron said, I can't wait for this weekend. As a person from Minnesota, I'm so excited. I'm gutted going to WrestleCon. I'm going to meet the Hardys and the Wyatt Six. Dude, have a great time. That sounds pretty special. Talking of special, here is Brock. Yeah, it's going to be good, man. I like the SummerSlam cards. I think like the Bloodline is probably the weakest for me. Okay, we got Brock in the entranceway, having a word there with Heyman. Oh, I thought he was going to throw himself over again there. He kind of really threw his arms down, and I thought he was going to slip again. Brock making his way down. The entranceway is absolutely huge for tonight's show. It's got a big feel tonight, hasn't it? What with us being in LA. Really big feel. Brock Lesnar, we got extra police coming down. So police getting inside the cell. Brock Lesnar on the outside. Well, not yet, actually. He's standing on the outside at the moment. Oba waiting for him. Brock standing in the doorway. He's looking up at... oh, what's he doing? What's he doing? He's closing the door. Brock is padlocking the door. Oba's locked inside. Well, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it because, I mean, Triple H is locked in there as well. And all they got to do is raise the cage. Yeah, Oba, it's not that big of a problem. They'll just raise it and then you can get out. Heyman is on the outside. They're circling round. Letting Brock Lesnar inside Hell in a Cell is not a very good idea, is it? Okay, well, Brock has got the key. Keeps waving it in the face of Oba. Brock Lesnar is circling round the outsides. Brock laughing away, looking over at Oba, standing on the commentary table. Obviously, we got a sound guy from the state of California. They have been having some technical problems with that tonight. There have been some technical issues. It keeps cutting out. Mate, why are we having such audio problems? We've had commentary issues tonight. Here we go. He's trying a different microphone. Brock's on the outside of the cage. Oba's inside the cage. Heyman's trying to do a promo. The microphone keeps cutting out. They've just changed over microphones. Talking about how Brock conquered the streak. This wannabe ruler thinks he's going to snap the streak of Brock Lesnar. Brock is scared of Oba sign. How much that guy wearing? Pretty bright colours. Okay, Brock weighed in backstage. Flashing the guns. What's Oba saying? Okay, Brock puts the key down on the floor. Oba's fired up. Triple H ain't bothered. I'll see you at SummerSlam. I don't know why the B word gets such reaction from the fans. Every time they say the B word, it's like... Saturday is coming. Oba Femi is coming. I'm not locked in here with you. You're going to be locked in here with me. That's what I love, says Brock. Brock actually getting a bit animated here, sticking up the fingers to Oba. Oba sticking the fingers up to Lesnar. Lesnar walking away. Look at Heyman kind of doing this as he goes backward. Oba in the ring. What's he doing, man? Why? What's wrong? Why is he doing this to the police? Well, that's not gone well. Tries to pick this one up. Drives him down. Boots him as well. Get out the ring. Oba goes over to... I don't know about that. Chucks over the... I don't really get why he's so upset. I don't know what's happened. If these are police officers, I mean, this guy's in massive trouble. Okay, let's get thoughts about that opening segment. Oba in the ring. Okay, now we got a Seth video package. Billy said that was good, except for the end. Would have been more impressive if he had put one of them through the cage and hit Brock, said Sally. Stop using cops, said King Yeti. Yeah, I agree with that. If that had just been normal security, I could have bought it. But I don't know. There's always been a little bit of an unwritten rule that you don't put your hands on, like, police. Internal security is one thing, but like the police is another thing. Okay, here's Bloodline. There's Roman. Roman arrives. Tonight, Roman, Seth, face to face. OTC. OTC. Okay, Bloodline arrive. Okay, we're going to the Vision now. Vision are coming out. They're going to be defending against Alpha Academy. Here's Bron Breakker, Theory, Maxine, Logan. Vision making their way down. Champions. Okay, Vision, Alpha Academy. Okay. This is non-title, says Connor. Hello, James. Hope you're doing well. Let's change this over. Vision versus Alpha Academy. This is going to be match number 1. Okay. Gable, come and help your boys, said Video Watcher. If not now, then do it after SummerSlam. Mel Mama said, I hate that I follow the real lives of the wrestlers. As someone who's only been a fan for 15 years, it's hard for me to blur lines with relationships. Yeah, I mean, there's a big debate about that, isn't there? There's a big debate about, you know, how far should WWE go? Should they protect things a bit more and all that kind of stuff? It's just hard, isn't it? In this day and age. It's really, really difficult because, I mean, you've got Instagram accounts and people out and about. I mean, they've got to live their lives. So, I mean, Maxine's going to be out there with her partner, of course. So, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's difficult. I think best thing is to look at this as like just any other TV show, you know, like Walking Dead or Game of Thrones. Like the characters are doing one thing, but the actors and actresses obviously are living their lives doing something different. Right, get your thoughts in for that Open. What did you think about the Open? We are at commercial break right now. I wish I could do that, but then I might not watch Daze, said Metal Mama. Well, Metal Mama, you do what you need to do. You do you. I think it's, as we said, it's very difficult in this day and age to kind of separate the two because of social media and all the noise that's out there. But I think, like, for me, I just see this as a TV show, so I can understand that the characters are doing one thing and the actors and actresses are doing something different. Okay, we're at commercial break. We all know who's going to win this because the Vision is going to cheat. Chad should come out and help if he wants to show sincerity because these guys are going to get outnumbered. They're gonna get outnumbered. Okay. Want to end this poll in a second. We'll see what you lot thought about that opening segment. About how you felt about it. Let's end it now. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well. Does the last spot of the women's interim match get filled tonight? I think it's Friday. I think it gets filled on Friday. Apparently it's Lash against Julia. Okay, in the ring we've got... Ryan Goss. Oh, look at the kid's really excited to be on screen. That little girl was so excited then to be on screen. Bum ba ba dum ba ba dum bum bum bum. Here's Otis and Tozawa making their way down. Okay, so opening segment you lot said was good 84, so not the strongest of starts, which is a bit of a shame considering they went to the length of setting up the Hell in a Cell and everything. Okay, they're just showing us that the countdown is going to be starting at 3 Eastern on Saturday and Sunday. SummerSlam itself is going to be starting at 6 Eastern. Okay, Tozawa in there with Otis, Vision over the other side. Maxine going out the ring. Logan on the outside as well. This match about to get underway. Match number 1. He's got another Polish shirt on here. He had a Polish shirt on before. This one says Polish and peeved. Okay, tag being made. Bron Breakker coming in. Bron Breakker in the ring. Otis and... Oh, nice. Good work there by Brom. Brom with Otis. Over the other side, against the rope. Shoulder tackle there by Otis. Brom Breakker with the shoulder tackle. The big man not going down. Brom Breakker pushing. Otis, shoulder tackle again. Brom Breakker barking away. Clothesline, misses. Over the other side, picking up speed. Shoulder tackle there by Otis. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Brom Breakker. Tag being made. In comes Akira. Akira has got Brom. Otis with a big collision. Going back over, big boot coming in, another shot there. Brom Breakker grabbing Tozawa, driving him back to the corner. Big shoulders being driven in. Theory is in. Face first over the other side. Okay, a bit of pace here being injected by Theory. Big boot there by Tozawa, and he tries to take Theory over, which he does. Tozawa against the ropes, through the ropes, to the outside. Chase him round, charge him round, get him back in the ring. Maxine grabbing the leg. Okay, back elbow there by Tozawa. Clothesline there by Brom Breakker. Theory with a big boot. Tozawa to the outside. And feels like that could be a spot for commercial. Oh, he's spitting mad, isn't he, Theory? The new WWE work will be the first to be introduced by a company called the new WWE. Jasmine, I don't know what you mean there, buds. Who says Maxine can't have two boyfriends, said Miami Max. Upper said, Daze, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Do we think there's going to be any debuts or returns at SummerSlam? I would love for The Rock or a Zilla debut. I think you could get Randy. I think you could get Stephanie. I think there's an outside chance of Drew. I'm not sold on The Rock, to be honest. And, you know, for me, I'd have Zilla go to NXT first. So I don't know that they're going to be bringing Zilla in at SummerSlam. It's maybe not impossible because we know they're interested. But I don't know, I'd have him go to NXT first like Solo did. But yeah, maybe a chance for The Rock, but I think it's a small chance. I think it's probably more likely like a Randy, a Stephanie. There was mentions of Naomi earlier, which I thought was interesting by Metal Mama. So there's definitely some options. Yeah, there's definitely some options. I wouldn't go into this weekend, though, expecting anything too seismic. I wouldn't go in expecting there to be anything mind-blowing. I don't really have that as an expectation. I think it's going to be a really solid show, hopefully with some great matches. We're going to make progress with some stories. And, you know, anything surprise-wise will be a bonus. But I don't know that it's going to be The Rock and it's going to, like, change the landscape of everything. It'd be great if it did. Bron Breakker with Akira. I think Bronson's coming back soon, said Sorini. Be funny to see if he sides with Solo. Metal Mama says, me neither. I just want it to be good. If that happens, then great. If not, that's fine. I also just want it to be good. Upper said, I feel your new green screen is affecting your screen. It keeps flickering. Oh, it shouldn't. I've got a preview thing. It looks fine. Bloodline still does need one more person for a War Games team, says Cheo. They should bring back Dean, said Taylor. I think Dean's got a contract with AEW till 2027. So I think they'd love to bring him back. So there's lots of options for Shield stuff, but I can't see that. Certainly not at SummerSlam. 2027 is when he's with AEW, from what I've heard. La Pelota said, I think SummerSlam is going to reek. No hype, despite a great card. If they want to win people back, they need surprises. If not infamy, says Le Pelota. I struggle a little bit with the no hype. I don't quite know where that's coming from. I don't know that I agree. I think that Seth and Roman is a pretty big match. I'm quite excited for that. I think Gunther Aldis is pretty exciting. I think Oba and Brock Hell in a Cell is pretty good as well. I think some of this might be coming from the slow ticket sales and the negativity that's out there as a result. But to be honest, we know that ticket prices have been a bit high. I think the tickets have started to shift now that they've dropped the price in. So, I don't know, man. Everyone I'm speaking to is pretty excited for SummerSlam. I think the card looks good. There's several matches on there that I'm looking forward to, so I don't know. I don't know that I agree that they've got to do Summer to be winning fans back. I think you just need to be putting on a good product. I mean, look at AEW. They've just been putting on a solid product, and now they've managed to now get momentum. I just think we need to put some distance between where we are now and 2025. I think 2025 was a low point. We just need some solid shows, some really fun shows, really good matches, some decent stories. Just, you know, keep building. Otis colliding into both corners. Bron Breakker goes into Theory. Otis charging over, collides into Bron, who collides into Theory. Nivek said, no one I know is excited for SummerSlam. Well, I am. So there's one. I'm excited for it. I think the card looks good. Tozawa going back against the ropes. Over the other side, picking up speed. Suicide dive. Matteo said, what do we think about the new graphics of the people on the Titantron? I didn't even notice it. We don't see the Titantron, do we, when we're watching the matches? You might just get like a little glimpse. So I couldn't even tell you how long they've been doing it for. Sent on there by Tozawa. Knees up by Theory. Otis on the outside. He goes into the ring post. Otis goes down. Bron Breakker jumping up. Tag being made. Theory, middle of the ring. With Tozawa. Tozawa in big trouble here as Bron Breakker picks up speeds. Picking up speed. Boom! Down goes Tozawa. Gets murked. 1, 2, 3. It's gone the way we expected. So, Division pick up the win. A little bit of outside interference during that match. Now they're beating up Tozawa. Shot by Otis. Otis is going up. Otis has got Theory, dragging him over to the corner. He's climbing up. Maxine is right there, trying to stop Otis. He's getting distracted. He's getting distracted. Come on. That witch. Michael Cole calls Maxine a witch. Down goes Otis, gets planted. Logan looking shocked on the outside. Bron Breakker has got Otis in his sights. He's looking to come over, charging him. Boom! Another spear. Down goes Otis. Bron Breakker with a smile on his face. Maxine providing the distraction. Theory said she's not with you. She's with me. Theory standing over Otis. So, there we go. It's a few jeers. Theory grabbing a chair. Oh, smashing it into Otis. Theory with a chair. Oh. I just thought he was going to get in the ring and hit him with it, but I think Otis had his head right by the ring post. Dude, moody. Michael Cole wants help. We need some help. Here, Logan, they go, you're him. You're him. you're him. Logan going through puberty. You love to see it. You love to see it. Theory, you're doing a Scooby-Doo impression. You're him. Oh, Shirley. Okay, we got LA Knight. We got Jackie backstage. Get your thoughts in for that that match. Thinking. LA Knight channeling his inner macho man. Thinking. Paranoids? Yeah, I'm paranoid. Every single thing that I've said would happen has happened. I said, when they get back together, it's going to be sneak attacks. I told you. Saturday night's all right for fighting, and fighting is what we're going to do, says LA Knight. I'm telling you right now. I got a BFT for you. That's not an insult. It's just a fact of life. Nivak said, Daze, you've got to be under the influence to be this enthusiastic. Absolutely not. I think that we're in a better place. I think it's a shame you can't see that. I think last year we were trying the vision and we were trying to promote the vision and it wasn't working. You know, we've dialed that back now. We're not as focused on Braun and all of that, and it wasn't working. That's okay. We'll have to try and get back to Braun, but we're not focusing on it right now. Instead, we've turned the dial up on the bloodline a little bit. We've put the belt back onto Roman. Roman's going to be taking on his old Shield brother in Seth. I think there's a lot of history there. I think their relationship is really interesting. They actually haven't had too many high-profile matches. That's a match I'm down for seeing. So, and we're doing it at SummerSlam. So, you know, we actually did Roman Seth during the Bloodline run, and Seth got the win by DQ. And, you know, this is a point that Seth was making. He was saying that, you know, I was the only person that beat you when you was going through that historic run. I've always been that thorn in your side. And, you know, their relationship goes all the way back to the Shield. I'm here for that. It's a match that I'm down for seeing. So you could have given me that last year. I would have been hyped for it. We do a lot of triple threats as well, which I don't mind. I think there's been some really good triple threats recently, but I'd much rather take a one-on-one match. So I kind of like the fact this isn't Roman, Seth, Cody, or something like that. I like the fact it's one-on-one. We can dig into the backstory. Is Seth going to continue to be that thorn in the side of Roman, or is Roman actually going to get a high-profile singles win over Seth Rollins? So not down on that. I don't think anyone's down on the Hell in a Cell match, to be honest. I mean, genuinely, is anyone down on it? It might be predictable, but I think this could be where we do say goodbye to Brock. It's long been rumored this is his retirement. So, yeah, it might be predictable, but it could be violent as well. There could be blood. There could be weapons. Not down on that. Not down on Gunther, Nick Aldis. Really looking forward to seeing Nick Aldis getting in the ring. Again, I've only heard positivity about that. I think a lot of people are excited to see Nick Aldis stepping into the ring. So, Great, let's go. Women's ladder match to crown the interim champion. I wish it wasn't an interim champion. I wish it was a proper champion. But that's not enough to ruin this match for me. I'm interested to find out who's going to win it. We've been doing qualifying matches for that. We're going to crown a new champion at SummerSlam. So we're guaranteed to get a moment there. If nothing else, I'm getting a thumbnail as we find out who is going to be this new interim champion. Don't know when Rhea comes back, so I don't know how long these people are going to carry the belt for. But again, am I down on it? No, I'm not down on it. Then on top of that as well, we've got Liv and Io. Io is always a pleasure to watch. Shame that we saw this match already at Queen of the Ring. I agree, we could do something different. Is it a problem? I wouldn't say it's a problem. I'd say that it's fine. You know, heel, babyface, one of our biggest heels against one of our biggest baby faces. Yeah, I wish we hadn't already done it, but it's okay. I'm not down on it. Then, as well as that, we've got Sami against Finn Balor. I like Sami Zayn. I like his crash out. I like we're doing something with Finn Balor. Lots of people have been asking for that. We're now finally doing something with him. This is a #1 contenders match. Again, are people down on this? Like, I don't know, man. I'm looking around. I'm seeing a lot of good matches on this card, and I'm not even trying to gas it up. I'm not even trying to hype it up. I mean, I think there's some matches on here I don't care for. I don't care for LA Knight, Solo, Jacob, and all that stuff. That's not massively grabbing me. So, I mean, I could happily do without that. I like seeing Fatal Influence in action. I don't really care for the Bellas and Paige, but it's all right. Old school, new school. I'm not down on it. Danhausen, I'd rather it be a segment rather than an official match. I'd rather that it be, you know, one of those impromptu matches. So I don't need that to have its whole segment, but well, whatever. People are really into Danhausen. Like, he's shifting merch like no one's business. Have you seen that van that they're doing as well? Have you seen that truck that they've got kind of coming out that's going to be doing the rounds? That's all been designed to look like Danhausen. I would try and find a picture, but I don't have one to hand. But there is a truck that's going to be riding around, I think, this weekend, that's going to be handing out like frozen items. And it's got Danhausen's face on the front of it. So he was always going to feature, wasn't he, in some capacity at SummerSlam? So yeah, I'm not going to say it's a perfect card. There's definitely elements that I would change. But I really push back about this being rubbish or, you know, just not a good card. If that's the case for you, that's fine. But that ain't the case for me. I think there's some really good stuff here. This match as well, Chad Gable against Penta. This was Penta's debut match against Chad Gable, and it was a banger. It was so good. There's a lot of criticism about the in-ring not being very good in WWE, but actually, if you look at Sami against Finn, and if you look at Penta against Chad, I think we've definitely got some matches this weekend that could really deliver. We got a video package for Chad right now, actually. I swear to God, I'm going to win that champion. Oh, there was his daughter. His daughter in tears. I thought gold would fill the hole, but it never did. We're just seeing the journey that Chad has been on. Okay, you lot said that last match was good. 87. The Mask versus Mask. Oh my God. What a match. What a match. I made amends with people and it has set me free, says Chad. Saying I need that title is just something people say, but I know why I need it. They are so good at video packages. I'm taking that Intercontinental title. I'm coming home. Very good. Very good. Here's EO as well. So looks like we're going into another video package for one of our other matches. You are not the greatest champion of all time. I've been in the presence of great champions and great teachers. You pale in comparison to them all. You're arrogant, and that might be your downfall. I'm ready to prove you wrong again. Okay. So, just a couple of video packages there. We've heard from Chance. We've heard from EO. Ghostwright have got a CM Punk pipe bomb. Those look so dumb. I don't get those. I don't get why there's certain people that collect those. Hey, to each their own. There'd be a lot of people that would say, I don't know why you collect wrestling figures. Here's Javon. This boy is bouncy. Okay, Javon is taking on, I think it's Rusev, is it? Something in my head says it's Rusev. Let's go. If Liv wins on Saturday, I'm going to be fuming, said Connor. Well, she's definitely got a chance. I think it's close. The odds say it's close as well. I think the odds have just got Liv as slight favourite, which I can understand because of the fact that Io's won at Queen of the Ring. So is she going to win twice in a row? So, I mean, I totally understand it, but I don't know. I think there is a way where we keep talking about, is Roxanne going to turn? Is Raquel going to turn? They might not even turn, but they might try and help and end up getting in the way. So it could be that they don't actually cost her on purpose, but they still end up costing her. So I don't know. I think it's really close on that one. I leaned EO. Because I don't know what you would do with EO if she doesn't win. People will be like, what do we do with EO if she doesn't win? I don't know. It's a good question. I really don't know. Does she go to the mid-cards? I'm not sure. In regards to Liv, I mean, she's fine. Because if there has been some confusion and a breakdown in communication, we can start digging into that with Judgment Day. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can start teasing a Roxanne turn, Raquel turn. I mean, ultimately, it could be a flipping triple threat, couldn't it? It could be Roxanne against Raquel against Liv, like WrestleMania or something. Did that with Legacy, wasn't it, I believe? So, yeah, I think there is a way forward for Liv outside of the title. I don't know what we would do with EO outside of the title. Andy said it's crazy to think that CM Punk is the champ on Raw. It was he was 25 when Javon was born. That is crazy. Well, They don't call him the young OG for no reason. He is very young and very OG-y. Rosemary said, I think Liv is going to bring her buddies to the ring. Someone's going to come out. Maybe Stephanie could come back and help. Doesn't Io need to win the belt so that when Rhea returns, they can face at RTX? Yeah, that's a good shout as well. It's a good shout as well. I mean, they don't want to take that belt from Rhea, do they? They really do not want to take that belt from Rhea. And that says to me there's got to be a reason why they've got something up their sleeve. Is it that Crown Jewel, they want to do Io versus Rhea? It's a great shout, RTX. That could absolutely be the reason. And if that is the reason, then that means that we can't take the belt off Rhea and we need to get the belt onto Io. And then we do Rhea versus Io at Crown Jewel. Which would be a lot of fun. I mean, when they faced off against each other last year, Evolution, I mean, that to me is like one of the absolute best women's matches I've ever seen in WWE. I'm not even joking. I thought my mind was blown. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. So, I mean, yeah, let them cook again. Here's Rusev. If we're being honest, said Real John, every day of the week, Io is just a better wrestler than Liv. Oh, yeah, she is. She is. I mean, obviously, you got the language barrier. So, I mean, you do have to factor that in. And I think that Liv is a really good heel. I think she plays that character so well. So, yeah, I mean, it could be really good, really fun. But yeah, when it comes down to actual in-ring ability, I would say that Io is a country mile ahead of Liv. But if it comes to really understanding your character, I think Liv does excellent work. Look at that. Got a spoon with a cherry on it. The flip. Okay, SummerSlam Takeover store just getting a bit of promotion. Here is Rusev making his way down. Jahaj for what if they want to keep the belt on Rhea so that she could surpass Athena? She recently just passed Roman's title reign. I would be really shocked if that was the mindset because, I mean, no offense to Athena, but is her reign not with the Ring of Honor belt? Which is sort of like a promotion to the side of AEW. I think it's really hard to see them, like, you know, keeping this belt on Rhea for what would have to be, 4 years or something? I'm not sure that that's the logic. It could be. I mean, check back in 4 years. But I've got to think if we look at a likely or unlikely kind of, you know, situation, that is leaning unlikely to me. Rusev going over to Javon. That's the popped cherry statue in LA, said Corey. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. Austin, hello. Hope you're well. Big Mig said, Liv is just annoying as hell. But that's what heel should be, isn't it? Heel should be annoying. Nice takeover there by Javon. Drop kick by the young OG. So we're 50-odd minutes into this week's episode of Raw. Going against the ropes. Shot coming in. Rusev charging over, colliding into Javon. I think at the moment, maybe Oba freaking out is maybe the big story so far. I mean, it might be a bit difficult on this show to get like a big talking point because it is a go home. Bang, Javon getting hurled there by Rusev. Yeah, it is a go home, so I don't know that this is going to be like a big never-ending stream of talking points. He goes to the outsides. Picks him up. He's looking to in the corner. Goes Rusev, big boot. Young OG, you know what he's going to do. He's running around the outsides. You know what he's going to do. Big air. He's probably going to end up in the front row. Here we go. Oh, no, gets caught. He didn't really commit to it, actually. I think he saw that Rusev was right there and was going to catch him. So he didn't really like going for it. Rusev just catches him. Chucks him. Rusev gets back in the ring, breaks the count. Rusev on the outside of the ring, going round. There's the young OG, jumping out of the timekeeper's area. We'll be right back, says Javon. We'll be right back. As he gets up on the table. Looks over at Rusev. Daniel said, did Raquel think she's going to win the title? Well, I saw Raquel speaking earlier. I didn't catch what she said. But, yeah, they both cut a promo, Sol and Raquel. That match is coming up later. I expect Sol to retain, to be honest. I don't think they're going to take the belt off her this soon. I mean, I wouldn't hate it if they did, to be honest. I don't mind Sol, but I don't know. I need to see like a series of banger matches out of her. I feel like she's come in quite nervous and they've just very quickly got her to the belt. And I don't feel like I've seen, you know, she's got some nice moves, but there's been a few botches in there as well. Nothing disastrous. Nothing that's a big problem. Nothing that's, you know, she's ruined, it's over, turn the lights off. You know, let's not get carried away. But, yeah, I think it's probably going to be better if they do just keep going and hopefully keep delivering great matches from her. I'll tell you, the problem that she might have, though, is that even though she's quite innovative and she's got like a lot of springboard attacks and, you know, the Soul Snatcher and everything, again, she doesn't have loads of experience. She's a next in line talent. So she hasn't got loads of indie experience. So there is a bit of a risk that she could become a little bit like Tiffany, where you sort of see her moves, watch her matches, and that's it. Do you know what I mean? Like, we kind of hit a bit of a ceiling where there's not anything else to show us. And we've seen it all. And I do think that's what happened with Tiffany. So, I don't know. It's still early for her, though. She hasn't been around all that long. So, I'd imagine they're going to keep that belt on her for now. Javon getting hurled hard into the corners here, you know. From side to side. AJ Styles goes off on WWE. Why him not be the world champion? He's retired, but AJ Styles is retired. Rusev yelling at the camera that Javon is a child. He's coming back over. Shot coming in. And again. Yeah, big elbows coming in there by Rusev, and he grabs a headlock. So he calls the young OG a child. We're just coming back from commercial break right now. Liam, hello, hope you're doing well. Said, I'm really looking forward to seeing Nick Aldis wrestle. Same here, buds. The young kids and teenagers don't know how good he was as a wrestler. They only get to see him as a GM, but back in the day, he was my favourite, said Liam. No, I agree with you. It's going to be really good. And I'm really pleased for him as well, that he's going to actually get this opportunity to kind of show what he can do. So, yeah, I'm in agreement. It's actually probably the match I'm most excited for this weekend is the Nick Aldis match, which might sound crazy, but I've been sort of waiting for this moment. Wasn't sure that it was going to happen. And I'm really pleased to see that it is. I'm really pleased to see that here we are. It's happening. So I agree. Rusev with a big right hand. Javon goes down. Big right hand there by Rusev. He's telling Javon to get back up to his feet. Shot coming in there by Javon. And again. Throwing in shots, swing and a miss by Rusev. Big right hand coming back by Javon. Javon trying to get back into this. It's been murked a little bit. Kicks coming in by Javon. Okay, Rusev charging over. Big right hand by Javon. Javon against the ropes. Rusev tries to get him. Duck underneath. This boy is bouncy. Yes, off the ropes. Big kick. Down goes Rusev. Javon staring at the camera. Starting to feel it. Rusev going outside. Okay, right now. Oh, the concert's coming up next, you know. The concert is coming up next. The Danhausen Joe Hendry concert. Is he okay? Because the referee just went out to check on Rusev. We were just focused on Javon. Javon against the ropes. Big air by Javon. Big air by Javon. Oh my God, that woman's going crazy. There's a woman by Javon. She's like, Rusev in the ring. No joy. Big boot there by Rusev. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. This is all right, you know. This is all right. Rusev. Crash. Shouldn't he be yelling out Bangaranga? Accolades. Coming in. He's setting up for it. Young OG. Trying to get over to the ropes. He's desperately trying to get to the ropes. Grabs the ropes. Rusev grabbing the leg. Evans on his feet. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Big knee. Down goes Rusev. Rusev trying to get back up to his feet. Young OG. In the corner. Going up. OG cutter. No. Gets caught. Mate. Oh, God. Well, this is not ideal. This is far from ideal. Right now, we've got the accolade in. Javon is feeling it. He's trying to get out, though. He's trying to get up to his feet. He's trying to find a way out. The accolade is such a pointless move. Apparently, it's like the easiest move in the history of wrestling to get out of. Over against the ropes is Javon. Rusev screaming out of him to get up. Get up. Rusev. Here we go. Coming in. Whoa! The young OG! Oh my God! Springing back, coming up into a cutter. That is so amazing. So amazing. Young OG. Oh, there it is. The OG cutter connects. Connects. So good. Back springing. Oh, so good. Impressive. That was very impressive. Young OG. Look at, oh my God. Well, there we go. That definitely had some moments. Okay. I'm going to go great for that one, said Opala. Kappa said they can't keep having Javon get out of that accolade. Said Kappa. I agree, that's a down. I do agree. That move, it's his finishing move, and like everyone flipping gets out of it. Very impressive stuff, though, from the young OG. Okay, fact of the night. SummerSlam's World Heavyweight Championship match is going to be the first time that Roman and Seth have gone one-on-one since 2022. Is that a great stat? Have minds been blown by that? Daze, are you telling me the guy that was undefeated for a long time and rode on a tank at Mania just lost to Javon like that, said Benito? To be honest, I think the guy that was undefeated for a long time and rode at a tank at WrestleMania has sort of gone and has been gone for a long time. I think that that was him at his peak. And this is where we are right now. It's a little bit like looking at Cristiano Ronaldo and ask him, why did he not score more goals at the World Cup? That person that you remember is not the person we have now. Okay, Roman, Seth, on a collision course. That goes down Sunday. Get your thoughts in. We got the poll up right now. What do you think about that match? Match number 2. There is Seth Rollins backstage. Face to face one final time before SummerSlam. Okay. Daze, hope you're doing good, said TJF. Check out the funky new setup. Have you seen Ed's made a new logo to match? No. I've not caught up with notifications, but I'll jump into those afterwards. Andy said, Daze, do we think that we could see The Rock this weekend? If he doesn't wrestle at Saudi, I wonder if he'll wrestle again. It's difficult, isn't it? Because he's been offered a lot of money. So he's been offered a lot of money, but he's not in need of money, really. I mean, he can choose what projects most excite him right now. So, you know, if he wants to go with a film project instead of Saudi Mania, then, well, that's up to him, isn't it? I mean, if he's more excited by that, or if that feels like it's a bigger opportunity, because he can always do Mania. WWE will always have him for a SummerSlam or a Mania or a Rumble, or, you know, that's like, but film projects, they're not always there, are they? Certain things you have to take now or they're gone forever. So, I don't know, it's really difficult. He's obviously got a lot of options on the table. He's very in demand. So, I don't know. I don't know that if he's not at Mania next year, I would say that's it. I don't think I'll quite believe that's it until he says it's it. Because he's always going to have the option of another match. It's just always going to be which option is the more attractive for him, you know. Okay, we've just got the Vision talking at the moment during commercial break. Maxine just going off during commercial right now. Daze, he also can't wrestle forever. He must be only physically able to do it for another few years, says Andy. Well, that is true. He can't go on forever. So, you know, and it is getting harder and harder to get into ring shape. But I don't know that if he doesn't wrestle at next year's Mania, then that's it. I mean, he could appear at SummerSlam. He could be at WrestleMania the year after. I do agree with you. There is a window. But I don't know. I think the option's going to be there for a long time. Because to be honest, even if the match has got shenanigans and loads of outside interference, or even if you make it a tag match, just being able to advertise The Rock is going to be in action. He's going to be competing. Like, you're selling tickets off that, aren't you? I mean, even in 5 years' time, if he's in a tag match, you're selling tickets. People are going to want to go and see. You bill it as his final match. and it's like a tag match because he can't quite do a singles. I mean, that's still potentially an option on the table. So I don't know. I think he's very lucky, man. He's got a lot of options. But I agree with you. The window is definitely closing. Maxine trying to do a live impression, said Jethrick. Has The Rock got another match? Or will he make another bomb? Said Jim. I have heard his films have not been doing too well. Some of the reviews for that Moana are not good. Apparently this live action Moana is just not grabbing people. Okay, Danhausen and Joe Hendry. What's he got? Danhausen has got some sort of... Is that an organ? Okay. Oh, it's a church organ. Here we go. He's good. Do it no hands. I don't even know. What is this? What am I watching? It's gone into a dance routine. Okay, now we got some Mini-Hausens getting in with tambourines. Okay, that's just made this. Mini-Hausens, I do think, make everything better. And certainly when one of them's got a tambourine. Okay. Oh, and I think the others have got kazoos. Oh my God, what the hell's going on now? Who are these boomers? Oh, hello. Well, I take that back. We've got some sort of dance troupe making their way down. Oh, hello. Are these like LA cheerleaders? I'm getting this vibe. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll take it back. This segment's goated. I mean, they've just put so much... yeah, they've got clippers on the back. Well, you don't get this every week, do you? You don't get this every week. I mean, I think the actual song itself is maybe lacking, but... It's literally, I believe that you are cursed. I believe that you are cursed. I believe that you are... I mean, we get it. Garcia's jumped over. Garcia's joining in with the... He's dancing. Ryan Garcia's dancing with the Clippers. Is this good? Are they going to be happy with this in the back? I don't know. Are they going to be like, oh yeah, this is so good? I mean, there's certainly a lot of elements to it. We've got Ryan Garcia dancing. We've got lots of attractive ladies. We've got... okay. Garcia gets in and hits Joe Hendry with a guitar. Well, I don't hate that either, actually. I don't hate that either. I mean, I don't need him getting involved in a match, but we needed a way out of this. That was certainly one of them. Shots coming in by the Mini-Hausens. They're all getting chucked down. I think this segment is straying into the gingerbread man territory, but basically it's resulted in Judgment Day getting in, chucking the Mini-Hausens around, beating up on Danhausen. Shot coming in there by JD. I don't think it took them too long to come up with the song. I don't think there was a pretty long meeting when it came to creating the musical number for this piece, but big splash there by Dirty Dom. Danhausen getting booted out the ring. Garcia with his hands raised. Okay. We need to get a poll, don't we, for that? Have you watched much of the 100 so far, said James? Just a couple of bits. I watched Birmingham the other day. I saw Trent against London Spirit. It's good. I like the 100. This is weird from Penta. Penta's like, I forgave you, but it doesn't erase the past. It's not going to be enough to get this championship from me. I'm fighting for my legacy. We put match score. I meant segment score. What did you think about Danhausen? That's the Danhausen segment. So get your thoughts in for the Danhausen segment. I'll be very interested in this feedback, to be honest. Very, very interested. What did you think about the Danhausen segment? What did you think about the Mini-Hausens, the women, Ryan Garcia getting involved? Okay, we're an hour and 15 minutes in. We're probably about halfway with this show. I will say it's gone very quickly. You said Javon Rusev was great 56. AC Slater? We should have all of Saved by the Bell cast members there. O'Shea Jackson. Ashton Kutcher. They love this, don't they? They love getting all these celebrities. Here's Rey Mysterio. It's very celebrity heavy. It feels a bit different, doesn't it, actually? Feels a little bit different, this episode of Raw. Feels bigger. More celebrities. I don't know. I don't know. It feels a bit. I don't know. I don't want to say fake, but it's like. I don't know. I don't know that this is the kind of product people are really looking for from Raw. I did go in with low expectations, though, because we do also have to remember this is a go-home show. So I don't think we were coming into this thinking there was going to be mind-blowing stuff. Okay, Rey Mysterio against Ethan Page. 6-9. Rey Mysterio. Are you going to watch the Garcia fight? I was at the press conference at Fanatics Fest, said Andy. I don't know, but my focus is SummerSlam. Doing SummerSlam and getting through that. I actually don't know what's coming on after that. I have not even looked into August and September yet. Okay, Ray has made his way down. The stuff we see every day on the streets, especially random homeless fighting here, says the one. Danhausen better produce that monster that he's been working on, said Spawny Boy. Maggie said, I think it's Danhausen overkill. Feature your damn wrestlers. Put more matches on instead of that stupid doofus. Kader said, I hadn't seen Ashton Kutcher since he was Charlie Sheen's replacement in 2.5 Men. Restaurant said, we're very heavy with celebrities tonight. O'Shea, Fluffy are genuine fans, but I don't know about the rest. Benito said, now I know that Rusev is the wrestling version of Ronaldo. Why did they not invite you to be part of this dance troupe? To be honest, it's because I'm in the UK. If I was in LA, I'd be there, wouldn't I? Because not only do I bring fantastic dance moves, but I do bring a lot of sex appeal. So I'm ticking a lot of boxes, to be honest with you. So I can only put it down to the fact that I'm UK based. If they'd have done that segment in London or something like that, I would have been there. I probably would have been leading the dance group, to be honest, you know. But they did fine without me, to be honest. I thought the dancers did a decent job. James said, at least we've had a true wrestling icon in the crowd tonight in Jimmy Hart. 100%. Jimmy Hart, goated, mate. Goated. Okay. There has been plenty of celebrities shown. And we are moving our way to match number 3. Don't forget, this is the Danhausen segment. And I really want to get honest thoughts as to what you thought about it. Because I think it's obviously quite a divisive segment. Those kind of sing-song segments don't always do that well. Did you think that they saved it by bringing in the cheerleaders and the Minniehausens and Ryan Garcia? Or was that just not enough to save it? If you haven't voted, we have had 240 votes, so I mean, it's good. But if you haven't voted, get your votes in. I want to end that poll soon. We are coming back from commercial break. We are coming back. Backstreet's back. All right. Okay. Oh, what's this? Oh, is this going to be... Oh, is this where we find out about Enzo? Okay. We already know that is Big Cass. The only thing left to do is climb back up and prove everyone wrong. Yeah, next week. No. Well, maybe the rumors are not true. Perhaps Enzo is not going to be with Big Cass. Or maybe they bring Big Cass back and he gets attacked and he needs help. And I don't know. I really thought that we were going to get Enzo tease in that video package, because there are rumors of Enzo coming in and there are rumors that they want to put them together as a tag team. So I was all right with them showing Big Cass a couple of weeks ago and last week. I just thought that, it would naturally be like, if you're going into war, it's never good to be going alone. And then you just got the silhouette of Enzo or something like that, I thought that it would maybe go that way, but it has not. It has not. And I'm sad now. Although it is still expected that Enzo's going to come in. It's just, how are they going to do it? The final Big Cass vignette has aired, and there is still no sign of Enzo. That come in from Wrestle Talk. So I wonder if Wrestle Talk were thinking along the same... I'd imagine we're all thinking along the same lines. I think we've all seen those rumours. Okay, right now we've got Ethan and Ray battling away, so we need to change this on screen. Ray Mysterio versus Ethan. Let's get rid of that T. We don't need it. Boom. Daze, do we think that after the attack that the Danhausen match could be turned into a tag match? It could be. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see if it will be. But it could be. And if they were going to do that, I think it would probably be Joe, wouldn't it? It'd be nice if it was a mystery partner and then it was the reveal of that monster he'd been working on. But, yeah, I think if they do it, it'll probably end up being Joe. Richard said, do the corner poles always look like this? No. The backside of them do, like the side face in the ring. The other side, is the other side LD? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they do them. To be honest, I thought that it was just normal ring posts because of Hell in a Cell. But obviously Hell in a Cell goes over the ring, doesn't actually interact with the ring. So, yeah, it looks like the ring posts are pretty much as they normally are. Do we ever cover up that kind of metallic side? You've got me questioning that now. I've definitely seen them like this before. Do they normally put a graphic on or something? I don't think so. I think that's pretty much how they look. There's certainly LED screens. The only time they tend to change it is if we're doing like an elimination chamber or not a Hell in a Cell, steel cage match, because you've got to get the cage fitted on and the chamber fitted on. So then they take the LED screens off. Powerbomb there by Ethan. Black Onyx said maybe they're going to do a doink. Maybe Enzo is already there and he's Danhausen without face paints. And the monster's going to be Cass, said Black Onyx. Well, I don't know. They've got me a bit confused, but yeah, there's people online that have got that are making a few memes about how Enzo hasn't yet been shown. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. We've got probably about an hour left to go on this show. It's Ray against Ethan. The action's on the outside of the ring. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of this poll so we don't get too confused. What did you think about the Danhausen segment? Here we go. TJF said, I've prayed for no Enzo. How can we make a case for a start with that joke? We've got one big mouth. New Jersey live. We don't need another one, said TJF. Okay, you lot scored the Danhausen segments. Good. Ooh. Jesus. Good 67. That is horrific. It's actually an insult to say it's good. 33% of you said it was bad. You don't see bad getting that many. Oh. I don't know, man. It's so hard to know if that is just our community or if it is the wider world. But that really says to me, I don't know if we're done with Danhausen and it's run its course or if it's just a bad segment. But even Danhausen's Hausenness could not save that. You know, him playing the organ, the mini Hausens being involved, the cheerleaders with the masks. Even that did not land with a lot of you. And it's resulted in it getting good 67. That's one of the lowest scoring segments of the year. There we go. I don't even know if that's unfair, to be honest with you. I mean, I was not angry by it. I was not appalled by it. It was easy to watch. I didn't have high expectations. I never do when it's a Joe Hendry concert. I don't ever go in with high expectations. So, I don't know. I don't know if I would have gone that low, but I don't think it would be a high-scoring segment from me either, to be honest. Well, there we go. Always interesting to know what the community thinks. So far, Brock Oba, good 84. Vision against Alpha Academy, good 87. Javon Rusev, you enjoyed, great 56. Danhausen, good 67. And here we are with match number 3, Rey Mysterio against Ethan Page. Still got Sol Ruca coming up. Okay, trying to rip the mask off. Oppola said, I remember the days when veterans like Rey, Randy, Cena, Taker would come out last. Rey coming out first felt wrong. It's kind of disrespectful. What do you think, says Oppola? I'm not really bothered by it, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I think that Rey got a massive pop. I think there was a lot of excitement. I think you could have had him coming out seconds. Could have brought the heel out and then had Rey come out and kind of got into it rather than making Rey sort of stand around in the ring waiting. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can get the argument that, you know, change it. But can't say it's something that really bothers me. Big boot. Rey still got a great reaction and a massive pop. Big boot there by Ethan. Rey goes down. Cameron said, for Wrestle Feuds, thank you. What's a wrestling match from the past that should return? A wrestling match from the past that should return. I think we've done best stipulations. I don't know if we've really worded it that way. I'll add it, Cameron, because I really do appreciate Wrestle Feud suggestions. And I do have a little spreadsheet for said suggestions. I've added it to said spreadsheet, Cameron. What was the second part? LA Knight is giving me Macho Man vibes rather than Rock vibes. Well, there was a line, wasn't there, in his... well, first of all, he's representing Slim Jim. And then, as well as that, he did actually have a line from a Macho Man promo in his promo. So I can see why you would be feeling that. Ray, in control. So Cameron, thank you, buds. Ray charging over to Ethan. Rich Rod said, everyone that stands tall today is going to lose at SummerSlam. It's the old rule, isn't it? If you stand tall on the go home, then you tend to lose at the big show. But I think that has been disproven at times in the past. So it's not a hard and fast rule. I would just say that people are definitely still going to have an eye out for that. It's just such an old rule that people do still sort of look for it. If Seth stands tall over Roman, you will get people saying this probably means he doesn't get the win this weekend. But that has been disproven a few times in the past. Okay. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. They're enjoying some of the action, you know, in this. It's been all right. I can't say it's got to awesome stage. Ray going up. They do love Ray here, though. Masked J of Turnbuckle said, I'm a huge fan of Danhausen and Joe Hendry, but boy, this isn't it. So you struggled with it. And it looks like they've struggled with it as well. Someone else that struggled with it is Grayson Waller, who has quote tweeted that segment with a GIF that says, I think I'm done. So that's interesting. I wonder what that's about. Oh, over in the corner goes Ethan. Over into the commentary table. Okay, Ethan keeping a hold of the apron. Hanging on to the apron. Here's Ray. Looking for the 619. Oh, that's clever by Ethan. Ethan brings up the apron. Sort of prevents the 619. Into the ring post goes Ray. Ethan has got Ray. Yeah, very good work there by Ethan. Going for the cover. Oh my God, gets it. I didn't think he was going to get the 1, 2, 3 there. That's a big win for Ethan. That's a big win. Ethan Page picking up the victory. I mean, it's very clever. Very clever to, like, pick up that apron. Look at that. Bang. Just showing a replay. Egoplex getting the job done. That's a big win over a legend. This could lead to a Netflix series, says Corey. Kill him with a smile. Kill him with a smile. Access to a content library you won't find anywhere else. Okay, backstage, here's Liv. I am the Liv Morgan. You're underestimating who you are facing at SummerSlam. Do you know what I do care about? My championship. I know you're one of the best in the world. I'm so much stronger than you think I am. Okay, pretty standard stuff. Where has Grayson Waller been, said Benito? Don't know. It's why it's so noteworthy to hear from him. I mean, if you're a Grayson fan, I can understand you being upset. Oh no, what's going on here? They're all murked backstage. Who's she? What the hell is going on? Here's Adam Pearce. Give Dom the money back. Human money's on a pole. Oh my, that's great. We're going to do human monies on a pole match. We've got all the mini-Hausens all battered and like slumped around. We had a doctor back there as well that was checking on them. That's okay. That's just become a pole match. We haven't had a pole match in ages. In fact, I can't even remember the last time we had a pole match. Used to get them all the time in WCW. AB, shout out to you, said 18 months. Hype for SummerSlam. 2003 was goated. I was there, says AB. AB, shout out to you, my friends. Good to see some hype for SummerSlam. I share in that excitement. David, shout out to you as well, my friends. Usos making their way down to the ring. Yeah, this is one of the matches I'm sort of struggling a little bit about. Usos coming through the crowds. Probably going to be lots of chaos here. Okay, commercial break coming up. Have they hired Russo back, said King Yeti? We haven't seen one in ages, though, so that's okay. I don't mind a pole match once in a while. One of my favourite matches, as I've said, which is not a good match, but is definitely a match that had an influence on me. One of the first matches I remember watching was Big Boss Man versus Nails, Survivor Series, Nightstick on a pole match, 1992. First person to get it could use it. And I remember just being blown away by that. So, yeah, for me, I'm okay with us going in this direction. It's not something I would do on a regular basis. But this was a bit of a nothing match anyway. You know, Danhausen against JD. Just seems a bit of a nothing match. Is it JD or Dominic? I can't remember who's facing. But it seems like Danhausen's winning. So, might as well make it a pole match. Okay, Usos have made their way down. Rich Rod said, Liv is fire, but she also looks like a creepy Bratz doll. I don't think that's unfair. I can definitely see that. That might even be the vibe that she's going for. Okay. Jimmy and Jay are in the ring. Daze, I was like you. I was fascinated about the whole cop prisoner thing. Yeah, oh God. As a kid, it just flipping. I couldn't get my head around it. So, I mean, like, I think it's so hard for people in this day and age to understand, because if you was to flip through the channels and find this, having never seen it before, you can go online and find out the history, and do you know what I mean? It's all there at your fingertips. Imagine being presented this in like 92, 93, having never seen it before ever, and having nowhere to really get more information from about it, you know? And, you know, my parents weren't going to reveal that it was predetermined and all of that stuff. Like, they were quite happy for me to just have fun with it, so they weren't going to tell me, you know, what was going on. So, I mean, I was just left to my own thoughts about what the hell was going on with this. So, I mean, it was a pretty wild couple of years as I was young, trying to get my head around what the hell this was. And do they allow this, do they, in America? Prisoners and police officers, they put them in a ring, and I just didn't have a clue. That was mind-blowing, mate. Mind-blowing. Different time. As I said, you just don't get that now, because if you was a kid and you just stumbled across this and you wanted to know more about it, you just go on your phone or your tablet or Search WWE and God only knows what you'll discover. I mean, what answer do you want? Go to ChatGPT, it'll tell you everything. You go to ChatGPT, you'll know more than most of us. So it's just completely different era now, isn't it? Tickets starting at $25 for SummerSlam. Has there been an update on where the tickets are? WrestleTix might have put something out. Monday Night Raw, 14,000 tonight. 14,000. No SummerSlam update by the looks of it, so no SummerSlam update. That's a shame. Currently at about 30,000. Run it back! Run it back! Oh, can you run it back? Jesus Christ. Losers. Losers! Why don't they think about us watching at home? We have to watch adverts and loads of entrances. And now you're like asking them to do it again. That's very unfair. Very unfair to us at home that just want to get into the story, into the promo. Yeah? I mean, don't get me wrong. If I was there, I'd be doing the exact same. City. Okay. Usos in the ring. Got a message. For anyone stepping up to the bloodline. Oh, yeah. What's your message? Yeets. Yeets. We got our little big brother Solo. This is your warning shot. Bow! Bow! Pow pow! Pow pow pow! Pew! Pew 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 pew! It's Solo. Pew pew! Pa 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 pa! Yeah. It is pretty funny, to be honest. This is your warning shots. Oh, that girl can't believe she's on TV. She can't believe it. Here's Solo. I want Solo to burst into song. He's giving me those vibes. I swear it all over again and you know what I mean? He could go into something from like Boys to Men or something right now. See you at the crossroads, crossroads, crossroads. See you at the crossroads, crossroads, crossroads. We all know you're playing this little game about not wanting to come back to the bloodline. Run the play. Or else. Okay, so they're still saying to him, run the play. Come and join us. Are you going to send me another warning shot? That's a good line. Are you going to yeet for 30 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, you're going to do this and bore everyone. Oh my God, am I a Solo fan? Might be a Solo fan. It might turn out I'm a fan of Solo. I love where I'm at. Why would I want to come back to the family? Everyone here loves where Solo's at. There's a bit of a cheer for that, actually. Yeah, there's a bit of a cheer for that. Few solo chants. I got a warning shot for you. Tell Roman to kiss my ass. Do you think they will? Solo Dolo? LA Knight. Dun 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 dun. Here's LA Knight. I think it's very interesting. They're saying run the play. I mean, I'd imagine the play is turn on your partners. Solo saying why? I'm very happy with where I'm at. LA Knight has come out. Okay, there we go. Took him a little bit of time to get it together, but we do have some LA Knight chants. Let me talk to you. We both want to knock your damn heads off. You're going to have to pay penance. Okay, so LA Knight just doing a pretty standard promo at the moment. There's just 5 days. The clock is ticking. Okay, he's taking his jacket off. Okay, so he's making his way down to the ring. Solo has jumped in the ring as well. They're brawling. Here we go. Crowd, was it just me or did the crowd seem a little bit quiet for LA Knight there momentarily? Here's Jacob. Here's Jacob. Richard said, I do find LA Knight a bit repetitive. Do you know, I don't disagree. I was kind of into like a few bits he was saying, but then I found myself sort of like, yeah, I'm done with this now. Then he started making his way down to the ring. Solo got in the ring. They kind of grabbed me again. Jacob is in there now. Backdrop to LA Knight. Jacob charging in. Obviously, this means that Royce Keys is going to be making his presence felt soon. Okay, Stomp's coming in. Music plays. Here comes Royce. Royce comes charging down, throwing in some shots. I think that's Jimmy that's just gone into the barricade, shoulder first. He goes back. Royce. Kick coming in there by Jimmy. No, by Jay, sorry. Jimmy on the outside. Royce in the ring. Royce and Jacob. Let's go. Royce and Jacob. Mate, I'm so down for this as a singles match. I feel like we're going to get these two going at it at SummerSlam, but I sort of wish it was a singles encounter. Bombs being exchanged between Jacob and Royce right now. Middle of the ring. Pop, pop, pop. Against the ropes. Bang! Big clothesline. Jacob gets right back up. Tongan death grip. Tongan death grip. Solo's back up. Big boot. Big boot. Samoan spike. Bang! Connects. Hey, I'm down for Jacob Solo as well. Bang! Spinebuster. Kick to the midsection. BFT. Well, if the old rule is true that those that stand tall at the end are going to lose, then that is not good news for Solo, Royce, and LA Knight. Usos just trying to, check that Jacob's okay. Is like, get off me. Get off me! You yeeting clowns. I mean, I don't know that he said that, but he was probably thinking that, to be honest. Bloodline winning, said Jeremy. TJF said, I got a Wrestle Feud question. Worst segment or promo of all time? Worst? Yeah, I'll add it. I don't know that we have done that, actually. I'm thinking worst SmackDown segment, worst Raw segment. It's a good one, TJF. I'll add it. Worst Raw segment. Worst SmackDown segment. Very good. Yeah, I don't think we've done that. Okay. Is this Hell in a Cell? Have we got an advert for Hell in a Cell? Big Time said, Daze, the quality of Raw has taken a nosedive since Chicago. SmackDown has seen an uptick. The stories, build, and segments are falling flat, but SmackDown has got some interesting stuff. Well, all I would say is Chicago wasn't that long ago. So, I mean, we're not dealing with, months here. We're talking a couple of weeks. And this is a go home. So, yeah, I wouldn't get too carried away. I mean, look, if we come out of SummerSlam and the quality of Raw continues to be down, then I think we've got a talking point. But right now, it sort of feels to me that we've had, a bit of a disappointing week, and now we've had a go-home show. I don't think anyone came into this show expecting it to be anything that great. I certainly didn't. Hell in a Cell, Oba, Lesnar, 3. We just get an advert for that. Okay, time-wise, I mean, we're, absolutely flying right now. We're nearly 2 hours in. Oba, Brock, Hell in a Cell. Serene said, did Jacob forget that Royce was the hand that fed him when he was struggling? Roman and Bloodline didn't do much. Let that sink in, which is what peeved Royce off. From the ring to the radio. Listen now. WWE Radio. Do they play music? Imagine that. If they just occasionally throw over to, like, themes or, official songs that have sponsored events. Like Flow Rider did a load of WrestleManias, and Weekend has done a load of WrestleManias, and Bad Bunny and Jelly Roll and Limp Bizkit from, WrestleMania 19. We've had Aretha Franklin and Ray Charles and Ozzy Osbourne, and imagine if they had, like, people connected to WWE, people that have performed on WWE as being part of the playlist. That could be fun. Okay, Sol Ruca against Raquel Rodriguez coming up next. Should we score that Uso segment? I don't know if we need to, but, well, it's something to do, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Something to do. Sol Ruca has made her way down. We're just waiting for Raquel to come down. We are at commercial break right now, and we are approaching the final... Well, I don't even know. Sometimes it's half an hour. Sometimes it's 20 minutes. Who can say? Daze, do we think there's a possible chance that Raquel could win? Well, there's always a chance. I mean, it's a championship match. So, I mean, it's always a chance. I'm expecting Sol to win. Sol Ruca. Wrestle few questions, said Nick. Who's the most influential? Oh, we've done that one, but we've done that one. It's a good shout, though, because it shows it's a good question because we've done it. Denham said, it would be a bad call if Creative put Solo back with Bloodline. He's getting the best reactions of his career right now. I think fans are finally getting to see and appreciate his charisma. Spawny Boy said WWE Radio cancelled any AEW content. Well, you'd imagine that, wouldn't you? I wouldn't be expecting WWE Radio to be covering AEW. Luke said Jay was shoved by Jacob and looked pretty mad at Jacob in the background. Could we see Jay turn at SummerSlam? On Jacob? Well, I mean, there could be a misunderstanding there. I mean, I say misunderstanding. I don't think Jacob rates the Usos. It could get heated. I expect the Bloodline to win. I expect the Bloodline to win. This cobbled together group of Royce, LA Knight, and Solo, I don't think have got a future. So I don't see the benefit in them winning. I don't know what Solo's going to do. Are they going to have him betray them? It would reinforce what LA Knight has been saying about how you just can't trust them. So, I mean, it would reinforce that. But, you know, with Survivor Series War Games on the horizon, I don't think now would make sense to sort of split Usos and Jacob apart. I think they're probably going to keep them together. Okay, Raquel coming down. Robbie said there's not a lot of people thrilled that there's only 6 matches each night, 2 of which will be on ESPN. So for those that pay, they get 4 matches. Surely a few more will be added, said Robbie. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, we've done that before, haven't we? Where we've done shows that have had 6 on the show and that's it. And you get 2 shown for free and then 4. So I don't know. I don't know that they will. Okay, here's the drone coming into the building and zooming around as Raquel has made her way down. This is going to be our next match. Get your thoughts in for the Usos segment. I need to end this poll quite quickly. Okay, championship on the line. Okay. She didn't. She tried to do that flip down and kick back up. She didn't. She needs to get that out of her head. She went down and then she wasn't able to kick back up. Okay. X Factor. 1. Shoulder up there by Raquel. Corey said she doesn't have an experience advantage, Sol. Big back body drop. Bang! Big elbows coming in. Big elbows coming in here by Raquel. Raquel picking up Sol. Looking to drive her over in the corner. Sol goes over. She's trying to get Raquel down. Elbow. Sol moves out the way, goes through a kick. Moonsault. 1, 2. Okay, that last segment you lot said was good. 87. Swing and a miss there by Raquel, but she gets it on the second one, which looks so good. Goes with that first clothesline, misses, hits with that second one. There's Lyra watching backstage. I really like this story about Lyra and everything. It's a shame that it's been pushed a little bit to the sidelines this week. Knee coming into the back of the head there of Sol. Raquel in control. She's got Sol over the other sides. Sol goes down. Raquel against the rope. Sol leapfrog, gets caught. Raquel has got Sol. Sol trying to take Raquel over. Drop kick to the outside. This is going to allow Sol to go up. She's going to look to go moonsaults the outside, and she does. Lands on Raquel. Kip up. Okay. Lyra's watching in a creepy watching, said Sareem. TGF said, I think it's bad that Sol is using X Factor as just like a normal move when that was a finisher. Yeah, it's it looks good. Sol back in the corner. Climbing up. Raquel getting back up to her feet. Sol up top, looking for a crossbody. Raquel catches her. Oh, there's blood. There's blood. Oh, there's blood. Look at that blood. Oh, her face is messed up, mate. Raquel's face is messed up. There's blood all coming down her nose. I'm guessing it must have been that moonsault by Sol. Yeah, that nose is busted. I don't know if it's even broken, you know. I mean, it's not like the blood's just coming down here. It's like it's everywhere. Raquel definitely showing the effects. Yeah, look, she's pointing at her nose. You don't need to. We can see it. We can see it, mate. Raquel coming over. Sol going over the other side. Raquel charging in. Big splash. Scooping up. Sol planting her down. Going for a cover. 2. That blood pouring down a little bit quicker now. Dad Stuff said she's a sprinkler. Yeah, it looks moody. That would break so many noses if they weren't plastic, said Shining Wizards. Fake bloods, said David. I don't know, to be honest, but because it's a PG product, and I don't think they tend to go for blood. I don't think this match needs it either. I mean, if they want to add a bit of colour for something like the Hell in a Cell, I could understand, but I'm not sure. I think this is legit. So, down. Jeremy said it's definitely real. Ant said it's ketchup. Yeah, I'm going to go for that. It's ketchup. Ant's called it. James said, have you seen that YouTube Premium in America is getting Peacock in 2027? No. That strikes me as a good thing. Shots coming in there by Raquel. She's in control. We are back from commercial, of course. Oh, that's nice. The referees, yeah, wiping her face. Oh, you don't normally see that, do you? But Jessica Carr, like, just wiping the blood away. Oh. Oh, come here. Let Mummy get that for you. Let Mummy get that for you. Have you had a boo-boo? Have you had a boo-boo? Come here. Oh, what are you like? Over the other side, Soul going hard in the corner. How sweet of her, said Kate. Oh, it was so lovely. So lovely. She could have given her a little cuddle as well. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to win this belt, aren't you? You're going to win this belt. Who's a big, strong girl? Who's a big, strong girl? It's you, isn't it? Coming over, grabbing Soul. Shot to the midsection. Storm Magic, shout out to you. Snide said, I bet she doesn't give that treatment to Becky. That's a good point. That's a good point. You know that Becky is watching this right now. Livid. Soul coming back into this. Elbow to the back of the heads. Drop kick. She's trying to get back in. She grabs. Oh. Straight over. Soul back in the corner. Oh! Why would you do that? Why would you knee her in the face? Oh my God. Blimey now. Sol Ruca charging in with a knee to the face. Take that. Mama's girl. Well, I'll tell you what, if the referee's going to mop up blood, I'm going to make sure she's got plenty of blood to mop up. Boom! Big knee. Sol, duck underneath. Missing with that clothesline. Goes for the crossbody, springboard crossbody. Raquel grabs Sol. Sol to the outsides. Sol is going over into the corner. Up top. Oh my God! I mean, she's so adventurous. You got to give her points for it, but Jesus Christ. It's another move that's botched. One day, this girl's going to hit these moves. It's going to be a hell of a day. It's so annoying because she goes for these big moves. And part of me is like, no, you got to give her credit for going for them. You know, she's doing a cartwheel on the top rope into a DDT. Like, you've got to give her credit for the attempt. But this girl has got a bit of a reputation for sort of not landing her moves. I just don't think now is the right time for her to be, like, you know, not hitting her moves. Liv trying to get involved. This match carrying on. EO's coming down. Okay, yeah, we got full-on shenanigans right now. Full-on shenanigans. Liv and EO are getting into it. Liv unloading on EO. EO getting thrown into the barricades. Roxanne had already come down. Liv goes into the ring post EO, so Raquel is getting a bit distracted. So, double knees, down goes Raquel. Kick coming in there by EO. Liv is over against the rope. Double knees by EO straight into Liv, who was sat against the ring post. Soul going for the Soul Snatcher. Roxanne, no. Oh, we might get a Tahana bomb. Big finish to this one. 1, 2, 3. New champ. New champ. Wow. I didn't see it. There's a dude in there's a dude in the crowd who was just sort of like, I don't even know if he's a wrestling fan or if his mind's elsewhere, but there was a dude in the crowd that was like, he seemed to have a lot on his mind. I don't know if he was a diehard Sol Ruca fan, but We do have a new champion. Loads of shenanigans. Raquel picking up the win with that Tahana bomb. Oof. Look at the blood pouring down her face as well. It might be unpopular, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Soul in the ring. Io with her hands on her head. And new. And new. Okay, where are we? We're about 1/4 past. So I think we're just a Roman Seth segment away. Let's get the thoughts in. Raquel deserves it, says Spawny Boy. I like that finish, said Dean. I agree. I like that finish. I've really... Until the Soul Snatcher was blocked by Roxanne, at no point did I think that we were getting a new champ. That is a genuine surprise. Until Roxanne prevents the Soul Snatcher, I'm in no doubt as to where this is going. Slam Saturday. Yeah, wow. Casey said, I don't care for Soul, but I hate the Judgment Day BS. Why haven't they ended them, said Casey. Hello, Casey. Hope you well. TGF said, Daze, I'm a Soul fan, but I think WWE are failing her as she is clunky and lacking confidence. Well, this is why I think it's good to get the belt off her. I just think that you've got a girl there who is brand new. You've absolutely thrown her in the deep end because I think WWE are very excited about what she can do in the ring, how innovative she is. I think they see big potential in her. And I think they've rushed. I think they've gone too fast. And, you know, we say this quite a bit when people are like, oh, let's get this person to belt, that person to belt. Like, it really is not in their best interest sometimes. Like, let her get her feet under the table. Let her have a few matches. Let her just get settled. It is a massive adjustment. There really is nothing in the world like the main roster of WWE. Where else would you be performing on a regular basis to like 10,000 people week in, week out all around the world and build into SummerSlam and WrestleMania? And do you know what I mean? Like, there's just no other company doing that. The closest we've got is AEW. And I think we can agree that that's not on the same scale at the moment. So it's a big ask. I think we moved way too quickly with her. I think she is struggling with her nerves. I think as well, she is trying to hit moves that are very difficult. It's like, I get frustrated, but I get frustrated with myself, actually. I mean, like, she went for that cartwheel on the top rope, which is a really impressive move to do that cartwheel and then go into a DDT. Like, that's really hard to do, and you don't see many people doing it. And so she's gone for something difficult, and, you know, she's messed it up, right? It's not a massive botch. But for me, this is a girl that we've been talking about quite a bit now, that, you know, she just needs a string of great matches because she's been botching a bit. So we just need some solid performances. So do you know what? If you've got a move that you're not sure about, you know, your hit rate on it is 50-50. Oh, don't do it right now. Don't do it right now. Like, we don't need it. You know, the moves that you do are eye-catching enough. You know, your springboards and your soul snatchers and all of that stuff. So for her to go for that move and mess it up, oh, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. But I get frustrated with myself because, to be honest, it's a big move, isn't it? It's a big move. I mean, high risk, high rewards. So there's every chance that it gets botched. So it's like, you know, you shouldn't be too surprised if it does get messed up. But I just think she needs a period where she just wrestles and she's just solid. That's what she needs. So I think get the belt off her, give her some breathing room, and, you know, let's get her into some matches, some feuds. Let's just get her performances solid, get her more comfortable. The other thing as well is if you mess up a move like she's been messing up the Soul Snatcher, what that means the next time you have a match and you've got to hit a Soul Snatcher, there's going to be more pressure on it, isn't there? It's not just you do it without thinking. Now it's become a thing. You know, the next time she goes for that move now it's going to be a thing. So, I mean, it all compounds and it all gets worse. And I think we just got to hit the reset and just give her breathing room and just let her get settled, let her find her feet. I would say to her, look, don't do anything too crazy in your matches. Just do the odd bit that you're really comfortable with. And let's just get like some matches that are good and solid. And then we can bring in the other elements once you're like settled. We don't need everything now straight away. It's okay. And the other thing as well is if she shows everything now, there's nowhere to go. Do you know what I mean? You become Tiffany. It's actually better if she keeps some stuff in the locker. So, yeah, I feel like we could have a lengthy conversation about Soul. She's a great talent. And she's going to have a great future. But there is just a bit of frustration around with the way that she's been sort of used. Roman making his way down, by the way. We are at commercial break. We'll be back in a minute or so, and then we should have Seth coming down. Okay, Roman in the ring. So, Sol Ruca was Intercontinental Champion for 57 days. Okay, Roman in the ring, 20-odd seconds. Then we're going to be wrapping up this episode. Obviously, we'll go into the breakdown. Keep getting your thoughts in. What do you think about the match? We're going to end this poll soon. Longer than Sammy, though, said Spiller. That's true. Daze, you spelled Seth wrong. Oh, that's all right. I don't really worry too much about this at the bottom. It's just more to let people know what's on right now as they jump in. Roman never bores me, unlike at least half the roster, said Maggie. I'll take Roman all day long. Metal Mama said, in front of the worlds, can't mess up. It's going to weigh on her. I feel bad. She's great. Raquel winning the bout was right, whether it was an audible or not, says Metal Mama. It's true. She'll be fine. I think the headline is she'll be fine. I'm not worried about Soul and her future. She'll be absolutely fine because she's a risk taker, you know? There's people out there that aren't taking those risks. So when it comes off, it's going to look great. Just let her get her feet under the table, as we said. Okay, Roman in the ring. He's got his new Bloodline shirt on, which is Jay, himself, Jimmy, Jacob, all of them standing. It's a classy picture, actually. It looks good. Roman looking out at the crowds. OTC, OTC, OTC. Okay. This is the big final go-home segment for SummerSlam 2026. Roman in the ring. Los Angeles. No, didn't even get a chance to say anything before being interrupted by Seth Rollins. Here's Seth. Okay, here's Seth. Making his way down to the ring. Roman Reigns in the ring, waiting. What are we going to get from this final segment? Roman interrupted, said Neil. Seth has got a lot of potential in the world right now. He's a great player who can make a big impact on the team, said Jasmine. Time to cook, said Jeremy. Dun. Okay, we're going to end the poll for the match. Okay, it's come out as great. It's come out as great 60. So even the botches weren't enough to dampen the enthusiasm. I mean, what I will say is that is 2 matches tonight that have got great ratings. Los Angeles, acknowledge me. A few cheers for that. A few cheers. So Seth in the ring with his arm raised. OTC chants. That's how you ruin a great thing. You're an a-hole. Guilty. What can I say? I'm the bad guy here, says Seth. That's fine with me, because that's how I get mine. Some of us start on third base. Yeah, it's a good point by Seth. I've not had it as easy as you. You're the biggest star. You're a money-making machine. There's one thing. Oh, that's good. You've got an edge on me in so many areas, but you'll never be better than me at professional wrestling. I own your ass. There's nothing you can say to call me a liar. Every time I own you. Maybe this time you're going to call in the bloodline. Because you can't get anything done on your own. You say you need to beat me, but you don't stand a chance. Okay. I'm the only true champ around here. Getting a bit stuck. The whole industry needs me to be... Why? I could do with that being explained. Why does the whole industry need Roman to beat Seth? Okay, Seth with a response. You need this redemption so bad. Where's this going? Okay. It reminded me of WrestleMania 31 when I cashed in on you and sent your family home in tears. I hope they're there on Sunday. I want to see them cry again. When they figure out their daddy is a fraud. Whoa. Whoa. That their daddy is a loser. Shot there by Roman. Roman unloading on Seth. This has turned physical. Shots coming in. Kick coming in there by Roman. Roman unloading on Seth. Seth down at the moment. Superman connects. Well, this is interesting. Roman looking for a spear. Well, this is interesting because, well, Roman's getting the better of Seth here. OTC chance. Seth over by the ropes. Roman to the outsides. He's going to do a drive-by or something. He's going to get a chair. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Roman grabs a chair. How many times are we going to call back to this chair spot, man? How many times are we going to call back to it?
Okay, that feels like it's important. This obsession by Roman has cost him tonight. And out of nowhere, it's actually Seth that ends this episode standing tall. And again, the old rule is if you stand tall on the go home, then of course you end up losing at the pay-per-view. It's not set in stone, so it absolutely doesn't mean that it's going to go that way. But it's noteworthy. It's worth knowing. That was okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I think there were some decent points made. Let's get a segment score, and then we'll jump over to the breakdown. Roman just can't handle the truth. When he's the one losing, his arrogance showed us what Seth wants people to see, especially when no bloodline was around to help, says Serene. Seth owned his ass, said TJF. Decent Raw. Didn't feel like a go-home show, honestly, said Landon. Well, funny you should say that, because I'd say earlier people were feeling like it was a go-home. I think it probably picked up with a new champion and then Seth and Roman exchanging a few words. Before that, it was probably slim pickings. But I don't know. I didn't go into this with the highest of hopes anyway. Felt like a different episode of Raw. It didn't feel like the kind of show that we normally get. Right, Seth's going to win. WWE can't do more Roman. OTC domination week in, week out, said Video Watcher. The last hour was great, said Jeremy. Pace, match moved like someone hit fast forward. Decent but not great, said James. Dad Stuff said, I feel like WWE is doing Seth Roman, Cody Punk, like they did with Roman Punk at Mania, face versus face, trying to leave the crowd split. I agree. I don't think either of these are heels. I think it's just pick your side, isn't it? Robbie said it's unfortunate for Raquel that she is a sidekick buried in a mid-group. They're feuding with Danhausen. Well, she's picked up a mid-card championship. I don't think that she is going to be feeling too down tonight. I think she's going to be quite happy with her position. The one thing that you do get by being in Judgment Day is regular TV time. So, you know, there's definitely positives there. The show was bad. I'm starting to worry Vince might seriously come back, said Jonah. Well, there was 2 matches that got great ratings, and I don't know. There's a few people in the chat saying that this didn't feel like a go home. So I don't know. I'm detecting that this is going to have got mixed reactions. To be honest with you, I'm detecting that this is going to be something that's going to have divided opinion. But yeah, I don't think this was an amazing episode. I think that there were parts of it that worked. I think my expectations in general were pretty low, and it was fine. I mean, it went pretty quick, actually. I didn't find it dragging. I didn't find that there was like really bad segments. I think the Danhausen segment with Joe Hendry is going to be the one that people talk about and highlight as being, you know, one of the worst of the year, judging by your score. If your score is how others feel about it, then, you know, that really could be one of the worst segments of the year. But outside of that, a couple of great matches in there, a couple of flat segments as well. But, you know, it was what it was. We can set our sights on SummerSlam. Keep getting your thoughts in. We're at 130 votes. Obviously, we need to go and do the breakdown. So keep getting your thoughts in. We're ending the poll very, very soon. Snide said the highs were high, the lows were low. It started slow, but it picked up. Overall, a mid-episode. Sean said, do we think Roman wins? I think so, yeah. Layden said, I like the Danhausen bit. I didn't see anything wrong. He's funny. He wrestles pretty good. I don't think people are down on Danhausen. They're just down on some of the segments that he's been involved in. Daze, I'd say at this point, Roman has had the best... Oh, it's gone. Roman has had... Gone. We'll never know what Andy wanted to tell us. Oh, no, here it is. I'm going to say, at this point, Roman has had the best career in WWE history. If you look at how it's unfolded, it's one big, long, continuous storyline. Well, he's got to be up there because, I mean, he is the face of the company. He is the biggest superstar. There's only a handful of people that have been in that position. I mean, I don't think he's had many lows. The only thing I'd say is that he wasn't massively connecting with everyone in the 2010s. And then we go in the pandemic. And, I mean, I don't think it's been a faultless run. The whole big dog stuff, I think, is a bit of a bad period. 2019, stuff like that was not great. But by and large, big picture, he's got to be up there. I mean, you might say Undertaker as well, if you think about his longevity and the different feuds and stories that he had and the different incarnations that he had as well. I don't know about Hogan. I mean, if you include his WCW run, you'd say that he's got to be in there, reinventing himself so drastically. But for longevity and accomplishments and the whole level of success that is enjoyed, multiple WrestleMania main events, Roman's got to be in the conversation. I completely agree. How are they going to have such a good match between Bayley and turn Lyra heel, do new music, and then they end up missing Raw for a few weeks? Well, I think the beatdown was meant to just get her off TV for a few weeks. So she was at a house show the other day. I fully expect to see Bayley potentially next week. I mean, I don't think Lyra's scheduled for SummerSlam, so it'll probably be next week. But, I expect Bayley to come back. But I think the beatdown was probably to just write her off for a couple of weeks. Rich Rod said Roman is a solid top 5 already. I give it 6 pew-pews out of 10, said Smurfy. I like that. Pew-pew! Okay, people got some from that final segment. You have scored it great. 52. Metal Mom said, I appreciate the stream and I appreciate everyone in the chats. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. And SummerSlam this weekend. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Okay, we're going to go and do the breakdown. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you got some up from this. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with NXT. And, of course, we're back in a moment with our breakdown. But, full steam ahead towards this weekend. We're here all weekend for SummerSlam. And it's going to be good. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I think this show did get me a little more hyped for it. So, yeah, not the strongest of episodes, but I think it did okay. So, I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.